Testing 1, 2. Okay. So before we get going, we want to show this video real quick. This is what we did for our commercial this year. We're starting. Before we get started, though, we're going to show this video. This is what we were using for a commercial for this this summer. Robin is looking to do something for the county, and she wanted to see the video as well. So we want to show the whole video to everybody. So please enjoy.
Minutes. You can feel the heat of the fires on the back of your neck as you throw what you can into the car. Red fire trucks race past you, trying to keep water on a fast-approaching fire line. You pull out of your driveway in a hurry and get into the line of cars leaving the neighborhood. Then it dawns on you. You left your cell phone on the kitchen counter. You have no way to call your wife and tell her you and Fluffy have made it out of the house alive. As the power suddenly clicks off, you realize it's going to be a long night. Your furnace was driven by power, and now you know it's going to get cold. A foot of snow has already fallen around your house in the past hour, and a cold wind keeps rattling your windows. You managed to get 20% charge on your cell phone before the power failed. But that won't last much longer. How will you call for help if your kid starts to get too cold? What happens if the window busts in from a tree branch, straining to keep aloft in the blizzarding conditions, and you can't call for help? These are 3 common instances where a backup communications plan is needed. Imagine if you had a portable ham radio when your house was destroyed. You could call your local Aries or another local radio operator to call your family and let them know you made it out alive. Or if you had a mobile radio in your car, as you're in traffic evacuating from the fire racing down the hill, you could pick up the microphone and tell your wife that she can tell the kids Fluffy is safe. And when that blizzard hits, you can use your home-based radio with a battery backup to talk all night and day to get help when your little Jake gets too cold from the lack of heat. So don't let Mother Nature get the best of you. Come and take our next ham radio technician class and be ready for these situations and countless more. To sign up for HRT, please visit www.meroWX.org/HRT. To find the closest city Mario teaches to you.
I need to play the audio. Yep, it's working. Okay. So that's ham radio. You guys are now here in this class. Sorry, I'm trying to get this done at the same time. You guys are now in this ham radio technician course, which is pretty much what you guys just saw on the video. So you guys have already taken that first step. You've already come to the class. You're going to learn how to be able to go through those disasters and more. Robin, what did you think of the video?
Yep.
A lot of people ask, why on earth do I need a ham radio? That's passe, that's outdated, and they don't understand that it's very functional.
Yes, ham radio is it was perceived as a dying art, but in reality, there's a ham radio operator today than there's ever been. So it's still alive and well. Puerto Rico is a very good deal. Florida is also a really good point too. Ham radio operators are very much utilized during these hurricanes right now because all their communication systems went down. Ham radio operators brought in their equipment, set it up, and was able to run the equipment to keep all the communications going. On the back wall here, there is some pictures on a board. This is some of the different designs done. We've got a car that has all the antennas. There are some people that use rigs like that. They don't know where they need to go and get the communications where they need to go. I believe next week you're bringing more correct? My dad, for everyone who doesn't know, this is my dad, and we'll get into the introductions here in a moment. He has a Go box that has all the radios completely into the same box, and all your antennas can come along with it. And he can travel by plane with this box to get where he needs to go, hook up to an antenna, and away he goes. So you don't have to have a permanent setup. It can be very mobile and not just small handhelds like one that's up here. So let's get there we go. Let's get rolling then. So welcome to Ham Radio Technician. We have a team of instructors here. My name's Christopher Schrader. Call sign KD0UI. My dad's back here. Lauren Schrader. His call sign W0LES. We have our other new instructor, William Williams, who is KE0NCF. I think I looked it up. And then next week we're going to have another instructor here. His name's Jarrett McAllister, and that's KC0MRO. The four of us have been trying to do this class every 6 months or so for students like you. And the way it makes the way it's the best is to have students come to the course. So, hello. We're going to go ahead and get student introductions here. Tell us your name, and we're going to ask you a question on each one. So, start with you.
My name is Jeff Dowd, and
so what is, everyone's going to do a different question. So, what brought you into ham radio?
you.
Me.
I worked with you, and I started asking you a bunch of questions, and you suggested coming to the class and learning more, so I did.
There we go. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Sandy Lisser.
Sir. All right. And what is your goal out of this class?
I think it's just more of an understanding of what ham radio is and how to do it.
Okay.
You know, it's real practical.
Perfect. And you, ma'am.
Ginger Kelly?
All right, Miss Kelly. And why do you think ham radio will help you in the world?
I think because someday the internet's going to go down and we are not going to have cell communication.
There we go.
And you can move it all around.
Yeah. We're going to
Robin did ask around me.
Robin, I know you're not a student in class right now, but what would be one thing you would like to see ham radio become in the future?
Something that everybody does, everybody understands, and everybody's going to has it back up in their go kit. You don't have to use it all the time, but use it all the time, you're better at it. You know what you're doing.
Exactly.
Rebecca Schrader?
Yes, relations. This is my wife. I drug her to the class. I don't have to ask her why she's here because I forced her to be here. Yeah. All right, so we're going to have some ground rules to this class. Yes, everyone has to have some rules that keep the chaos in order. We have a lot of material to cover in a very short time to cover it in. We are here for 5 weeks, but we are going through this entire book that you guys have in front of you for the whole 5 weeks. So there's a lot of material we got to go over. We are focusing on the technician level of understanding. What this means is the technician license is the license to learn. So we're not going to get super advanced into the far end levels of the general class and the extra class, but we are going to get into some technical aspects
for the test you guys are going to be taking in November. Our plan is to keep starting on time and stopping on time. That's our biggest goal. We just started a little late today. Technical problems with the computer system, but we are working well with it. Every section, we try to have a break because this is the fire hose. Our old class was fire hose set to high. This course with the 5 weeks is now a fire hose set to medium. So it's not as bad, but we still want to make sure you guys get breaks and everything. Jeff, you're already looking at that glazed eye. We're going to try and stay focused and on task. It's kind of hard when I'm teaching. As you will ask my dad, I'm not a very good stay on task kind of person. I will go in rants. We have restroom drinking fountains just outside the room. Go out this door, straight down the hallway. There's going to be another hallway that goes off to your right, and that's where the restrooms and the fountain is. And we're going to make this as fun. We have some different activities and everything for you guys to all get up off your feet, get some cool stuff going on. And you guys do have homework, by the way. I will forewarn you on that. So our course outline was pretty simple. As I said, this is a 5-day course. Our first day is today, and then for the next 3 days after that, we'll be in the classroom session. And then on day 5, which is November 3rd, is your testing session right here in the same room. For the key to success, we have given you guys the books as a part of your guys' course fee. This book is everything you need to know on the technician license. Everything that you could want to know and everything you don't want to know about the technician license is in your book. So this is going to be your Bible for the next 5 weeks. We very much encourage you to follow the homework guideline in your handouts that we've given you on which chapters are read by when. I know some of you were able to get to chapters 1 and 2 for right now. Some of you weren't able to because I didn't give you guys your book. My apologies for that. We cover everything again in the next class. So when you guys read, for instance, tonight's homework is going to be chapter 3 through 6. Next week, we teach on chapter 3 through 6. So you guys will be able to read ahead, get some questions built up, what you guys don't understand on your own. If we don't answer them on the actual presentation, feel free to answer them. As I said, keep your questions answered here. There is no wrong question, there's no stupid question, there's no anything. If you don't understand it, raise your hand, because odds are the person next to you probably doesn't understand it the same way. And we'll go over it. You guys are here to learn. There is an online link, which you guys will be getting an email tonight about, that will use for your testing. When you guys are going through each section, you can now tell the test what chapters you've read, and it will only test you on those questions, so you don't get discouraged by everything else you haven't covered yet. As we keep going through each chapter, you can expand upon your practice test. By the time we hit our day 4, which is the last Friday of October, you will have read through the entire book, and you can be able to start the practice test of the entire version for that whole week before your actual exam. Rinse and repeat is the very big thing. Keep in the book. I'm going to be taking the general license test when you guys are taking your technician. I'm going to try and match my dad with his license class. And this is my 3rd attempt. The reason why I didn't do the other 2 is because I wasn't in the book all the time. So this time I'm taking my advice and I'm repeating everything that I said here in my own studies. Please spend time studying outside of class. That is the biggest key to success. You cannot pass a test if you don't do anything outside the class. So we can't force you to do your homework, but we encourage you to do it. So today's timeline is pretty simple. We should be ending this overview in 3 minutes, which looks like we're on time. We're going to try and keep up with this schedule. Everything's broken down. In your packets, you guys have a course outline. This would be pages 3 and 4 on your deal. This book, you guys might be where it would be and which instructor is teaching which section. So that way you guys can learn with it as well. We are going through chapters 0, 1, and 2 today. So all 3 of us will be teaching today. The big thing is everyone asks, what is amateur radio? Amateur radio, or ham radio, is a personal radio service authorized by the Federal Communications Commission, or FCC. You guys are going to be hearing that abbreviation a lot this class. This is to encourage the advancement of the art and science of radio. This is to promote and develop an emergency communication capability to assist communities when needed. This is to develop a pool of trained radio operators. And finally, is to promote international goodwill by connecting private citizens and countries around the globe. I'm going to ask you a question. How many people here have a cell phone? Did you know that runs by radio? Cell phones can be traced back to ham radio. Ham radio started the whole system with communication of advanced people. Cell phones became what we have now through a long line of different radio communications. So with that, what you guys are studying today could actually be used in future technology. All right. What makes ham radio different? There's many different radio services. In your ham radio, it requires the knowledge and FCC license, which you guys will be taking the test in 5 weeks. Has fewer restrictions, and more ways to communicate over more frequencies to communicate on. What is the problem? Is a big question people ask. Is it ham radio? Is it amateur radio? What? FCC classifies it as amateur radio service. The common name is ham. So either one is good. But it's not an abbreviation, HAM, or all in caps. Ham. It's just straight up ham. Come on. This likely came from the ham-fisted operations. Dad can explain the ham-fisting operations a lot better than I can.
From Morse code.
You want to explain that a little more?
We will later on.
Okay. All right. What do hams do? We talk to friends. We can talk to each other when we're out of here. I talk to my dad. Well, I used to talk to my dad daily by it, but my car was in the shop for 6 months, and I couldn't really use my ham radio for a while. We can talk to distant locations. The same car that was in the shop that I finally got back 2 years ago, I talked to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil from my car. And we talk just like we're talking right now. We can experiment and build different things, different antennas, different radios. We can be able to come up with how to build a radio inside of the car where it's built into the walled car. Or you can be able to build a different antenna design that uses household materials. When we get into antennas, we'll talk about that a lot. Public service and emergency communications, like we stated before, in Florida, in Puerto Rico, pretty much anybody who has a disaster capability has ham radio opportunity built in. Lifelong learning. As I said, your technician license is a license to learn. This gets you guys involved into the ham radio world. From this point forward, you will always be learning new things about ham radio. I'm still learning new things about ham radio, and I'm enjoying it all the way. I think Dad's been learning new things about ham radio, especially when it comes to digital stuff now.
Is that license in perpetuity? Do you have to renew it?
So your FCC license is renewed every 10 years. Yep, and we'll get into the legalities on the FCC's rules and regulations here today. And the best thing is we get to have fun just messing around with the radio. Our big thing, emergency communications, we work with ARES, Amateur Radio Emergency Services. There is a flyer for that back there. There's also another emergency communications called RACES, Radio Amateur Communication
Civil Emergency
Services. I always forget which one that one is. Those two are the large ones for amateur radio operators. There is a third one, and I can't remember the name of theirs, but those are the two major ones that are still in existence today. Skywarn. How many people in here besides me love weather? Who wants to go chase storms? Skywarn, you don't have to go chase them, but how many people have weather at their house all the time? Rain, hail, wind, lightning. You can get involved in Skywarn and then you call over your ham radio directly to the National Weather Service and
Yeah,
tell them, I'm at my house,
and
and
there's golf ball size hail coming out of the sky.
Just thought you guys
Just
might
thought
want
you
to
guys
know.
might want to know.
And
And when you get involved with Aries, you can instantly get involved with Skywarn.
By the way,
By the way, I will put in our shameless plug,
the
Meteorological
Research and Education Organization, which is the class you're taking here,
here
teaches
a
Skywarn
Skywarn class,
and it's
and it's free. So that will come up again in February. We teach our next Skywarn class. Are there any questions before we begin today? No? All right, we're going to go ahead and turn this next one over to Lauren. He's going to be working with Chapter 0, which is the intro before we begin section. So,
Where do I get one of these books?
oh, I didn't give you a book yet. Let me grab those and your papers as well. And Chapter 0.
Yeah, you introduced him as my dad, and I'm pretty sure that's not what you want us to call
You
him.
know.
I've been called worse.
He did forget his badge.
Oh,
Oh,
badges all the time.
My name is Lauren. My name is
B0LES.
B0LES.
I noticed you had that on your collar also, W0LES.
I do.
Are you on?
I am.
Okay.
I do.
I do.
Because I have radio in my car and I'm driving around all the time. Oh, will that make him happy? Not whine. Okay.
Okay.
It's just so
People see the antenna on my car. They know what my call sign is, they can call me. And it's just kind of a vanity thing to have them on my car. My truck has license plate, personalized license plate, has my call sign on it too. An option, not everybody has that. So, one of those things. Robin, do you have a question before we start?
No, I'll just walk out and an opportunity.
Oh, okay.
I'll be here. You do your
If
students.
you want.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Thanks for being here, Rob.
And
Thanks for
then
being here.
the next 5 weeks, it's also a break room here. It's got fridge, microwave, pop machine. You know, if you want to bring snacks and so on, I'll be here all evening if you want to bring things in the fridge. Make yourself at home, okay?
Cool, awesome, thank you.
Hours is bunk rooms, you probably don't want to make yourself out at home, but, you know, even if you wanted to. Glad you're all here, thanks.
Robin came in.
And I don't think you heard it too, but the reason why we all have mics, we are live streaming this class, so we can be able to get more people to be able to connect to the ham radio world. So the microphones are pretty much good enough to pick us up. If we have a big question, they'll probably hear us repeat it, so that way they can be able to hear it over the live stream. I don't know how many people are watching right now.
I'll tell you before I leave too, I did leave some information in the back about the county's volunteer radio group, which is a
Oh,
volunteer group, if anybody's interested in, you know, becoming part of that. Information's in the back of the room.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, Robin.
All right, okay. Like I said, my name is Lauren, W0LES. I've been a licensed amateur radio operator since 1984. Learned about it in high school, and kind of got the bug and kept going from there. Back then, it came forward to get my first license, I had to learn Morse code. And through the years, they kind of loosened up the regulations, and now you don't have to do Morse code anymore. So there's, we've seen a big expansion in the field, if you will, for the hobby, since they have dropped the requirement for Morse code. But we still have code. Code's still alive and well, works really well, and there's a lot of folks that really enjoy it. There's some computer-based operations that you can do Morse code if you really want to get into that and have that here for it. It's a lot of fun. Some of my first contacts, I still remember, were on Morse code, and I was using a straight key, which is like this, just the old telegraph key, and used that to pound out the words that I was trying to express to my other radio operator. And what Chris was talking about for the ham-fisted telegraph, of course, predates radio. Telegraph operators send a type of Morse code that's close to what we do in radio, but it's a little bit different. And they're very crisp in their signal. It's very precise. And when radio came along and ham came along, amateur radio came along, when they did Morse code, it was a little more sloppy. It wasn't quite as crisp as the telegraphers. And the telegraphers would call those guys ham-fisted. Ham-fisted meaning you were sloppy. So that's where the term ham came from. So a little trivial that will still cost you a cup of coffee in the coffee shop that no one will know. Okay. Picture on the screen here. This is Stu. He's the author of the book. He's a local celebrity in our eyes, anyway. He's from Monument, and the instructor at the Air Force Academy, and I wrote the textbook that you're reading from right now, and he actually created this curriculum that we're using. And every now and then he pops in on one of our classes if he's honest and kind of graces with his presence. But
He should be here week 3.
there you go. You'll see his face quite often sometimes.
Where am I going with this thing? Oops.
I was getting lost on his button, Chris. I think I screwed it up already.
Okay. Advance. Go back.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so some of the basics. What are radio waves and EM waves? Electromagnetic waves. Topics that we're going to be discussing in this chapter. What's radio frequency? What's modulation? How does electricity make radio signals? And how does this all relate to amateur radio licensing? So first off, what are radio waves and EM waves? Like Chris said before, this is like drinking from a fire hose on full stream. If you're going to rely on what we go through in this class to give you the skills to pass the test, you won't pass. I'll tell you that right now. We're just highlighting stuff. This is your time. If we are discussing something and you're like, don't get this at all, this is your time to say something. If I don't hear anything from you, we're going on. We're going to move on because there's a lot of material. You can see how thick this book is. We're going to have a few nights together, 4 nights together doing this. There's a lot of material. We're moving fast. So if you don't stop me, we're moving on. I'm just assuming that I've explained it well enough where you're tracking with it. So again, this is your time. So electromagnetic waves. Our radio is based off of how electricity passes through the air, produces sounds, we produce inside radio, miracle happens, and we hear the signal. We're going through this in depth in a later chapter. Right now, it's just kind of an overview, kind of a teaser of what we're talking about. But you have a wavelength. The signal, if this is on an oscilloscope is an instrument that we use to measure electromagnetic waves. On an oscilloscope, 0 is the black line, and then your signal will start at 0, goes up to its peak,
comes down to 0,
comes down to 0 again, comes down to its peak,
goes back to 0.
goes back to 0. That's one wavelength. So we measure our wavelength on megahertz, how wide it is and how tall it is. We'll measure that. We'll explain that later on in some other chapters. Our amplitude is how tall it is, how much energy is behind that signal, and then our wavelength is what our megahertz are. So like I said, we'll go over that in more depth later on. So radio frequency. We always hear people say, what channel are you on? We don't use channel in amateur radio. We use frequency. Channel is a pre-programmed frequency on a channel selector. We use the frequency. Because on our radio, we can change the frequency.
Just change channel, change frequency.
So it's a terminology thing, and you'll hear that quite a bit. Some of the old crusty hams, if you say channel, they sneer at you because they think you're an old CVer and they don't like CVers. But if you say frequency, they'll talk to you. It's kind of a fun thing, especially at coffee when you get the old crutchy guys that have been around forever, and you drop the word channel and they just cringe. I have fun with it, so this was one of those weird things.
TV radio is not a ham radio.
It is not.
Correct?
It is not. Citizen CB or Citizen Band is unlicensed by the FCC, so that's why you can go down to Radio Shack or Walmart or whatever, buy a CB, grab it, and just have a ball with it because it's unregulated. Amateur radio is regulated by the FCC. You have to show proficiency in the skill and be licensed for that. And we're self-regulating. Just on my way here tonight, some guy who was on one of our frequencies, not a channel, on one of our frequencies, and just was playing music, which we will learn in the class is prohibited. You cannot play music over radio bands. They're being obnoxious with their band. Well, we are self-regulating, so I know that there's of local hams that are trying to locate where this transmitter is. They've been being obnoxious for a couple months, and it's what we call a fox hunt. Looking for these rogue signals. And we'll explain later on in the book. But there's antennas that we can build that I can point the antenna and find out where that transmission is coming from. Well, you get 3 or 4 guys together, and we can triangulate where that signal's coming from. And we've located rogue transmitters before and turned them into the FCC, and they usually get a letter from the FCC saying, do it again, and we'll come and knock on your door, and it won't be nice. And they usually go away sometimes. But absolutely. Every month in
The publication that we get from ARRL, which is the American Radio Relay League, it's basically it's like the NRA for amateur radio. The ARRL produces a lot of the materials that you'll see today or through this class, and they have a magazine called QST. If you become an ARRL member, you'll get that publication free. And there's always a section at the end of the magazine that talks about FCC enforcement. And there's always at least one article in there where somebody got tens of thousands of dollars worth of fines from the FCC because they did something wrong in the amateur radio band. So yeah, they do follow through it, but they're not out there, you know, radio Nazi type of thing. When you read the whole article, some of these guys that get $20,000-$30,000 fines, it's because they've been being stupid for a couple years and completely ignoring all the other levels of enforcement that they've tried on them, and they finally had to find them to do it. So it takes a long time before they get to that level, but they do that. Yes, ma'am. Nope. No. What? Chapter 2. Yeah. Yeah. I was getting there. Calm down. Shiny rabbit. Yeah. Yes. In a nutshell, very basics, yes. The bigger difference is the amount of power. I'm going to go back here on one of our slides here. The amount of amplitude that we can push our signal out. CB is very small. Amateur radio, we can put 1,500 watts on some of our. Absolutely, we can. Absolutely, we can. Yeah, legal transmissions. That is CB. I've seen guys at 2,000 watts, and they're illegal as can be, but they do that. So the technology side of that's a difference. But as far as how the radio works and how the radio waves work, it's exactly the same. We're just in a different band.
CB radio, it all falls under radio 100. They can work for long. They basically there's complete coverage of that kind of channel. You can kind of do what you want. Get off those frequencies, you're off. So that's basically what they've done with CB. It's still regulated when they really cross the line. They'll still get the net.
And to your point too, CB is locked into channels. You can't get into a CB radio and get a channel and a half.
Like when you hear breaker 19, that's channel 9.
No matter what CB radio you get. In an amateur radio, we're actually dialing in the frequency. So there are some fundamental differences. Absolutely. Yep. And they are specified by the FCC of what frequency the channel is. Yep.
So the easiest way to explain the CB channel is you have an FM radio in your car. You have a specific from 88.1 to 109, I think is what it is, for your FM radio. But when you turn, it only goes on the odd numbers. You go 88.1, 88.3, 88.7. That's the same thing for CB. Their frequencies are their channels, but they're specifically set. You can't go outside of those. That's the easiest way to explain how CB is limited compared to ham radio. We could, theoretically, we could be transmitting on 88.2 if it was a ham radio instead of a regular radio, because we have the ability to change our frequency instead of be set into a channel itself.
So we get some extra freedoms because of that. Okay, back to what we were talking about, frequency of oscillation, how rapidly electronic and magnetic fields change back and forth as the electromagnetic wave travels. So all that fancy words is what our frequency is. This is a lower frequency, this is a higher frequency. Again, if we're using that oscilloscope, we could measure the frequency. So the low frequency is a big arc. The higher frequency, the arcs get sharper and more compressed. So microwave technology, the stuff that they send signals from the TV station up to Cheyenne Mountain, and it goes out to the air. That microwave transmission is this high frequency stuff. The stuff that you get on the AM radio in your car where you hear all the lightning crashes during a thunderstorm, that's the low frequency stuff. So those are the differences. In the middle here, and we'll talk about this later on in the book, we have aspects of amateur bands in all these different sections of the band. So it's kind of neat. We do what we call DXing, which is long distance transmissions. I can send a frequency like Christopher was saying. He would send a radio transmission from his car down to South America on the lower bands. The higher bands don't travel that far. They physically can't do that because of the way they bounce through the atmosphere. And again, we'll discuss this more in later chapters. But you'll understand how certain radios have better propagation. They can transmit longer distances because of where they are in the spectrum. So just remember, the lower frequencies go a lot further than the higher frequencies do. So microwave, they're in short bursts because they're very compact. Yeah. Exactly right. Exactly right. Yep. They have to do that to keep that frequency hopping across. Yep. It's in the gigahertz. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. So again, this is just another of what I was talking about. So here's one wavelength of the higher frequency compared to one wavelength of the lower frequency. Okay. Just another depiction of the same thing. All right, radio frequency. Consider on the FM what Chris was talking about on your FM radio. This is your band. So the FM band for the radio that we hear music on. This is the band that they're allowed to transmit in, and the FCC regulates what radio stations can transmit their music or their radio station propaganda on what channel. The FCC regulates that. All right. These are basic terms that you want to remember because we'll be using these terms a lot in the next 5 weeks and hopefully for the rest of your enjoyment of amateur radio. We have our base unit of measurement for radio waves is hertz, then it goes to megahertz, and it goes to gigahertz. If you have any background experience in the metric system, this will sound really kind of familiar. So we have our base measurement of hertz. Next step up is megahertz, then it goes to gigahertz. So what's our modulation? Placing information and signaling into a radio wave by alternating some characteristics of the wave. What the heck did I just say? This is the signal that we're hearing. That Morse code that I was talking about. This is a crappy one, but we'll do it anyway. This is Morse code. Nope. Those were 2 letters I just set, C and Q. Dot to dot that is C, da 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 is Q. So what that noise that I just made was CQ. So this is what we're hearing. Dit, da. Dit is that short one. Da is your long one. It's a dash. It's the dot, dash, dot, dot, dash, dash. This is the modulation that we would see on an oscilloscope for that noise. So every time I hit that key and I hit dit, it would make that wavelength on that signal, and the da just makes it longer. All I'm showing you is the frequency size. Okay, and what our wavelengths are looking. So if I have my radio on an oscilloscope and I'm sending out Morse code, this is what you would see for sending out those. In radio, when we're talking voice, it all depends on the inflection of my voice. You've heard this before in other radios where you got somebody who we say swallows the mic. They got the mic real close to them, and it's just overmodulating. Well, that signal gets really big because they're just overmodulating. If they move the microphone away, the signal goes down a little bit. It's all on how much force, how much energy microphone for what that signal looks like. So as I'm talking now, if you had an oscilloscope to measure my speech, you would see it get really big and really small. It all depends on how I stress different syllables, how my speech pattern is. So the difference here in Morse code, it's very defined as far as the dits and the dots. Voice, it all depends on what sound that you're hearing. So it's very kind of fluid-like. Does that make sense? Okay. And then in the higher frequencies, Again, it's more compressed, so your voice would be louder. This is kind of more static that you would have in there, so it all depends on what frequency you're in as far as what it looks like on an oscilloscope. And again, this is at 30,000 foot level. We're going to go into this a lot deeper in more chapters, but we're just kind of giving an overview of what we're talking about. Please. Yeah. That is this right here. Yeah, if there was no talking, this would just be a flat line. And then when you talk, you see that bounce. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. And they're really fun to have in a Radio Shack. I've got an old oscilloscope for voice, and it's really cool to put it on the radio because people are like, oh, what is that? It's just my voice. But it gets people going, wow, that's really high tech. No, it's actually from the 1930s, but it's really cool. And it's one of those off factors things and gets people involved in the hobby, and just kind of, it's a visualization of the radio transmission. We can't see radio waves, so it's a real good representation of that. Okay, antenna. So just a regular antenna, our signal goes up and down that antenna, produces that radio wave, okay? So depending on how long your antenna is, tells me the frequency that you're on. And there's a whole math equation that will teach you on how to figure that out. On the back of my car is an antenna that's about yay long on my car. This antenna, do you have a rubber duck? Thanks. You're off. We'll talk about this later on in other chapters, but understand this. This antenna is for the 2-meter band. We'll talk a lot about 2 meter. 2 meters where we do primarily all of our voice transmissions, especially here in local area. So 2-meter band. So this antenna is common for the 2-meter band. This antenna does the same thing. The technology inside, what's inside this rubber, it changes it. So because there's a little wire that's wrapped around in like a spring inside here. It all depends on how compressed that is. This antenna picks up more of the signal, so it has a higher gain. It picks up more of the signal than this does. I can hear better with this antenna than I can with this antenna, long story short. The frequency that you're on. If it's not in this coil configuration like these things are, if it's just a straight wire, the length of your antenna tells me what frequency that you're on. So I can take an antenna, we call it a dipole antenna, we'll get to that later, where it's just a piece of wire, it's outside my house, and it's X amount of feet long. Well, that amount of feet equates to a frequency, and we'll give you that formula later on. And I can measure that antenna and say, you're on this frequency, which puts you in this band, and I know what you're talking, you know, what area that you're talking on the radio. And we have a lot of different bands. And did they get band plans? There's 2 of them.
There's one in the packet, and then there's one that's on that big sheet that ARL has them. They also have the full scope on the whole layout right before the band
right
plan.
This is called the band plan. When I talk about bands, we're talking about, it says up here, 10-meter band, 6-meter band. There's the 2-meter band, which is what I was just talking about. Okay, and we'll get into really in depth of what this means, but just to kind of keep you up on my terminology, because we kind of lump stuff together. I apologize for that. But that's what I'm talking about. So every section is a different band. So if it's the 30-meter band or it's the 2-meter band, that's what I'm talking about. So the 2-meter band has a much shorter antenna than the 10-meter band does. So if I am at my house and I want to have a straight wire, I want to have a pure antenna without any load on it, any coiling or anything like that, just this wire, my 2-meter band antenna is 6 point some feet. I don't remember all this stuff, that's why I have it written down, but it's like 6 feet long. My 10-meter band is 22 feet. So I know those are my different bands, okay? So if my signal on a pure antenna is running that 22 feet, that frequency, the electromagnetic waves, are 22 feet through the air. If it's just the 2-meter band, and it's my 6-foot antenna, it's just a 6-foot frequency, my electromagnetic force only does 6 foot of wave. Does that make sense? Correct. Correct. Right. We'll get into that in antennas. There's a whole new vernacular, a whole new. This is how we make this because a 2-meter antenna is 6 feet long. I can't walk around with a 6-foot wire. It just doesn't work. So I had to shrink it down. So we coil the wire to make it shorter, so it's something manageable. And I can coil it down into a little stubby like this. This is the same band antenna. It just, this one works better than this one does because it has more surface. It's getting more of that 6-foot signal. If I want to really get all of that, I want to get every little morsel of signal, I want a 6-foot wire. Okay? Do the same thing. It's just that the 6-foot wire is better at it.
So think of it this way. That's the rubber ducky. That's the longer one.
Yeah.
So all they've done is they've taken that 6 feet of wire and they've coiled it, and then they get the long one, and then they compress it and get the short one. Correct.
Exactly. Exactly.
But the reason why like he was saying, you get better gain or you get better reception with the longer one is because there's more of that for the versus this.
So if you take that coil and straighten it out perfectly, then it's 6 foot long. Okay? I lose you? Okay. Okay. Make sure you let us know when we do. Oh yeah, yeah.
It's clear as mud.
Yeah, exactly. Not even sure it's mud yet. Okay, so radio transmitter includes the alternating currents of the antenna at radio frequencies, inspiring the accelerating charges to radiate electromagnetic waves at those same radio frequencies. So our alternating current, that's why it goes up, peaks out, goes back to zero. This is alternating current. Direct current, of course, goes in a straight line. Okay, the FCC Amateur Radio Service License classes. Technician, that's the class that you're in right now. This is the beginning. Back in 1984, when I started, we had novice. That was my first license. That's when we had to do Morse code and stuff like that. They've gotten rid of that, and now we have technician. General class is what I'm at right now. I just tested that about was it 2 years ago now, Chris? Yeah, year? It's been a year. Okay. Extra class is the highest that we have, and I'm actually going to be taking the test when you guys test for my extra, and see if I can actually get into that. Sure, it deflated that fast, you twerp. Well, no, not for power. General and extra have the same power restrictions. Yeah, the difference here is technician, you're limited to, wow, it's going crazy. Am I doing that or are you doing that? Sweet, okay. God, I thought I was being attacked. Okay, so technician gives us, it's not on this chart, okay. Technician gives us the ability to be on 2 meter and 10 meter and 6 meter, right, Chris? On your band plan. I think I've got it right here. On talking local, yeah. In your band plan over here to the right, you have these initials E, A, G, and T. E is extra, A is advanced, which you can't license into that anymore. It's grandfathered in. G is general, and T is technician. So anywhere where there's a T, you have privileges in those bands. And what you'll notice is it's basically our local stuff. The 2 meter and the 6 meter is stuff that you can do around town here. So if I just want to talk from the north end of the Springs, the south end of the Springs, just here in Colorado, that's what those bands are for. The DXing stuff, the stuff that you do internationally, is only 10 meter. The technician has privileges in, but general has more privileges in more bands. So I can talk internationally. 2 meter.
2 meter. Usually 2 meters.
Yeah.
Well, they're 2 meter, 77. Everything on the right side of this chart, all these, you have a technician. Further left you go, higher in the class you need.
I just stayed at novice for ever and ever and ever. And yeah, it was about 10 years ago that I upped it to technician. So yeah, it's just what your motivations are and what you want to do. I know people that have their extra class license and all they do is CW. That's all they do. So it's up to you what you want to do. It's what you want to make of the hobby. That's kind of the nice thing. So all of what we were just talking about is what this is. Again, the grandfather license is the novice, technician plus, and the advanced. Back in the days when novice was, the code was a hurdle. What? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. When Morse code was a hurdle, the FCC, actually the ARRL petitioned the FCC, said we want to make this easier so more people will get into the hobby. They did what they call it Technician Plus, and get certain privileges, basically just 2 meter privileges, and that's all you had, it's 2 meter. And then you had Technician Plus code, so you later onto your code you get more privileges. They've kind of changed, and through the years now they've dropped all of this and just call it Technician. So now there's no code requirement. You get a bunch of privileges for Technician, and there's a lot of people that just get Technician. That's where they stop at. Fine, it's whatever you want to make out of it. Oh, that was the last one. Okay, that's why he was up. All right, like I said, drinking from a fire hose. There's a lot, as you can see, there's a lot of technical stuff that we're going to be talking about. We're going to do the best we can to break this down into manageable chunks. Again, if you're not reading ahead and doing the homework before you come in, you can see how fast you can get lost in this. When we get into the technical side of the frequencies, the measuring of the frequencies, the terminology is a big thing. What's the difference between a hertz and a gigahertz? What's the difference on our amplitude? What's the difference in our wavelengths? What's the difference in our bands? It's a whole different speak that we're learning here. That trips up a lot of people. We've been doing it for quite a while. We're used to it. Sometimes we're too used to it, especially teaching, and we'll say something and you're like, what was that? Please stop us. If you don't stop us and we move on, we think you have it and we lost you, and I apologize, but you got to stop. You got to stop us and let us know. Is that a fair thing? Okay.
Can I add to that?
Please.
Also, don't think that if you didn't think of a question at that time that you can't come back later and ask us.
Oh,
I mean, obviously, we're here to help you succeed. So if you think of that question on a break or whatever, you can always come back and say, hey, I got a quick question for you.
Or if you don't want to bring it up in the classroom, on these breaks, that's why we have them, come up to us, any 3 of us. And if you don't want to raise your hand because of whatever, we'll help you. That's why we're here.
We like to talk about this.
Yes. Just a little bit.
All right, 5-minute break?
10 minute.
10-minute break.
These guys have earned it.
All right, 10 minutes.
We'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, let's get started again. I'm doing like 2 or 3 different jobs. I gotta still activate you though. Oh, there you go. You're working now. So this is our newest instructor. His name is William Williams. He was actually in the last class that we just had, and now he's an instructor with us. So we're very excited that this is his debut to the Murillo stage for any of those that are in art. So William, take it away. Good luck.
Awesome. So before I get started, as he said, my name is William. I was there 6 months ago. I got my license in April. And again, I hadn't even keyed the mic on my radio when I had the FCC. So I was trying to get a call sign, a vanity call sign, and I apparently messed up the whole format and everything. For the books, just so you know, and this was a huge help for me, in your book, you're going to see a lot of bold print, and then on the corners of the page or the sides of the page, you typically they're tilted sideways, you'll see numbers like this, Tango 7 Alpha 02. That's the actual answer or question in the hamradio.com test bank that it comes from, and the bold print is the answer for those questions. When you see these, this is the question bank from the question bank, and then those will be the answers. So those will be very important, and studying those really helped me. So with the transfer basics, we're going to go over basically what a radio is, what the parts of the radio are, how they work, and how the different types of radios differ, and then we'll common control radios and rubber ducky. We'll go over all of that. What are the major parts of a radio system? You have the microphone, which converts voice information into electric signals or an audio signal. Then you have a transmitter, which broadcasts or transmits that signal over the radio waves, over the air. Then you have an antenna. The antenna radiates radio waves and receives radio waves. So the antenna is going to help your signal dual purpose. And then your receiver, you have that actually decodes that electronic information and video or audio, depending upon what kind of receiver it is. Then your speakers. So in here are things we need to have speakers. The speaker basically just takes that electronic into vibrations, which gives us the sound, which is the same thing our eardrum does. So a transceiver is a combination of a transmitter and a receiver. So it works both ways. So if you think of your AM/FM radio, it simply receives. You can't talk on it, you can't sing on it, you can't play music on it, you simply receive. So that's a receiver. If you think of, say, a P, all you're doing is broadcasting. You're not hearing anything through it. So you have a transmitter and a receiver. Well, the transceiver does both. Transceiver actually transmits what you're trying to put out, and then you're able to receive what the others are sending back to you. So that's why we call them a transceiver. What's the difference in, or different forms of radio factors? So you have a handheld transceiver, which is this, also referred to as a portable transceiver. And it does everything the other radios will do. It's just you're able to move it around. You don't have to have it plugged to a wall or plugged into a cigarette lighter. So when you think of portable, just think of basically a handheld. Your mobile is what you find in a vehicle. They're mobile. They're still portable in the sense that they can be moved around a lot more readily than something that's a base unit, which we'll get into in just a second. So you have portables or handhelds. You have, and you have your base models. Lauren has quite an extensive array of base models, as does Chris and Lauren's dad, I'm sure. They all do the same thing. They all have different capabilities because of how compact they may be or may not be based on the type of device you have. They both can use multiple bands. Typically, your handheld transceivers are lower power wattage, so because they're smaller power supplies. And you have, with your mobile receivers, you can use FM, you can go to 20 to 50 watts. And your base models, your home models, or your stationary models, those can go 100 watts or higher. So there, you increase your capabilities when the bigger the unit gets. A regulated power supply helps prevent voltage fluctuations from reaching sensitive circuits. So with the regulated power supply, obviously, just like with any other electronics, all of these things have very sensitive components. Something as simple as a static discharge can fry a lot of this stuff, and they can be very expensive. So we use regulated power supplies in these things, and some of them are intrinsically built so that any kind of fluctuation doesn't damage your equipment. And we'll go into a lot more of that in a different lesson as well. So back to what Lauren was saying, with regards to your frequencies and how they work, the easiest way for me, and I can tell you when I went through this class, it was difficult. Some of this stuff was very difficult because you go through a lot of information in a short period of time. So I tried to find ways, tricks, little hints that keep it simple. That's how I look at it. And I'm a didactic learner. I'm a kind of person. I'm a hands-on kind of person. So this stuff kind of got dry real quick. So I find ways to make it make sense to me. So the way I look at this is have you ever taken a rope and bounced it up and down, or an oscilloscope like they were saying, you get that nice, beautiful wave. So it didn't make as much sense to me with the FM modulation. So I actually took a slinky and I would compress the slinky. And so I could watch the wave get tighter together and farther apart instead of going up and down, which that's what made sense to me. So this is the difference. That's the difference between your frequency modulation and amplitude. Amplitude is up and down, and frequency is how tight they get together or how far apart they are. So, what's that? Modulation is where we're information. So you'll see a difference in that wave once you put information in it, just like on an oscilloscope. And again, it's placing information on the transmission by altering something. So here, you've compressed it, so that's your alteration, and then it's gone back to normal. And here, it's compressing from top to bottom instead of from end to end. Does that make sense? Okay. So FM is used for voice, the repeaters, and you'll get a lesson on repeaters, and Lauren will get into a lot. He'll do an actual demonstration. It makes a lot more sense with that. It's a special form of AM, and it's basically it's used for weak signals. The advantage of it is you have a narrower bandwidth than on FM. So single sideband, you get to you kind of isolates it, for lack of a better description. Now, it doesn't matter what kind of radio you have, portable, mobile, or base model, there's always an on-off switch. You'll always have a push-to-talk switch because you can't transmit without being able to access the radio waves. You have keypads a lot of times nowadays with the digitals. There's an external microphone. A lot of times, especially with your base models, he's got an external microphone over there on his computer system. There's squelch. And I'm not going to get into squelch right now. There's a squelch button. There's a keypad, push to talk. You will typically have a channel selector or use the keypad for the frequencies, adding and inputting the different frequencies. Variable frequency oscillator. It tunes the transmitter for the operating frequencies that you're going to be on. So just like on an AM/FM radio, when you turn that knob, you see the frequency. It's the same thing on these portable radios or on the ham radios that we have. Squelch, again, all it does is mute the noise. It just gets rid of the background noise. Rubber duckies. You'll hear that term a lot. The rubber ducky is basically just a simple, small antenna. They work the same as the longer antennas, but they don't have as much capability to receive. They're not as crisp or clear. And the reason for that is if you think about it, if I hold this up to try to receive a signal, and that signal is as big as this board, as that board's coming up, this is all that's being received by the antenna. Whereas if I have a longer antenna, I'm picking up a whole lot more of that wave. So you're actually you're picking up more. You're going to get a lot crisper and clearer reception of information. So again, most of these are sort of short integrated antennas, referred to as a rubber duck. It's typically a very poor antenna. Your reception isn't going to be very good. They use the word crappy, which is very descriptive. It doesn't transmit or receive as effectively as a full-size antenna, but again, as Lauren was saying, the bigger the antenna, the harder it is to transmit or transport that wherever you're going. You can't put a 12 or 20-foot antenna inside your car while you're driving. So, oh, absolutely, absolutely. So when I got this radio, it actually came with this antenna. This is how it came. So I bought this antenna to add a little bit clearer reception to it. If y'all want to look at that, and that gave me a lot better. It gave me a lot better reception when I would receive, but it also, oddly enough, allowed me to transmit a little bit clearer and a little bit farther. I've only been on the radio a couple of times because I live out in Florence. There's a very few out in that area that I can communicate with or that are on the radio. There's a lot in the Springs, and when I get down this way, I try to pick up the repeaters and talk to people. But I've only been on a couple of times. With that rubber ducky, that short one, extremely weak. Line of sight is the best I get when I'm where I can see an antenna or a repeater or see somebody that I know, see their house, and I know they've got a ham radio. I can transmit and receive pretty clear. If I'm up in the mountains or in the valleys, it's almost useless. The bigger antenna has given me a lot better range and a lot better clarity, which is why I got the longer antenna. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
The antenna that Jeff's holding in his hand, the big long one, I had one of those on my HT, and it got stuck in my car door. Even after getting stuck and bent in the car door, still perfect, still worked.
You don't need to have those
No.
open antennas. It's gone.
Well, and without going too much into it, the radios now, when I tried to get into this when I was 10 years old, if I'm not mistaken, back then because code was a requirement, you had to send and receive 15 words a minute, I believe it was. Was it 5? I could send it, but I couldn't decode it. I wasn't fast enough to decode it. So it discouraged me. I didn't get into it, and then here I am 40 years later. I got my license, and I'm taking off with it. But the technology is changing all the time. But what I found with the antennas is, like I used to have the old CBs that had, like you said, the telescoping antennas, but they were big, and the antennas themselves were big and bulky, and they only collapsed down so far. So like he was saying, if you bent that, you were either stuck all the way closed or stuck all the way open. With these, you can tie that long one in a knot, and it'll still work just fine. Mag mounts or rooftop mounts, they're great antennas. I have a portable CB in my car that I just barely installed, and I'm waiting for a magnetic mount antenna to come, because it can actually give you you can get a longer antenna than that, and which gives you that much better transmission and reception because you got a longer antenna, which again goes back to what he was saying. You're basically just straightening out that wire. Questions on the transceiver, just the equipment itself. I got this radio back when I first started, and Lauren, you've been in it a lot longer than I have. There was Ken Woods, there was Bear, there was a handful. Now everybody's getting on these bandwagons. I got this from China. It's a Baofeng. I love this radio. It's actually got a weather radio built into it, and who was the gentleman that had the next model up that actually had GPS in it? Yeah. Gary or Jerry or whatever, Gary. He had a model that's the next model up from this, and it actually had GPS. So if I needed to, I could hit that, and it would tell me exactly where I was, or he could hit it, and he would know where I was. I got 2 of these for $100, brand new, perfect, out of the box, ready to go. So the technology has changed to where they're a lot more economical to get into. The longer antenna cost me $15, and he's got a whole lot more invested into his hobby than I do, but I'm just getting started. But it doesn't take a lot to get into it, and the technology that's there is affordable. I should put it that way. Affordable, but it's not like you're getting cheap. I mean, you can if you cut corners. Yeah, if you cut corners, you're gonna get, like you said, you're gonna get what you pay for. Antennas are where you don't want to cut corners. It's like fly fishing. When I learned how to fly fish, they told me if you buy the cheapest reel if you want to, just don't cut corners on your rod. That's where the money should be. Same thing with this. If you're going to cut corners, get a cheap radio, but get a really good antenna. What do you mean? As I say, I'm not aware of that, but well, it would be a function of your license, is what it would be. If I'm not qualified to use some of the radios he's got, unless there's a certain event going on where I'm operating under his license, I'm only technician level, so I can't broadcast on his million watt radios. So it's outside my licensing. But there shouldn't be anything about that radio that prohibits its use in any of the states. Well, correct. But see, also, and along with that, if you go to any sporting goods store, they have little talkabouts, Motorola talkabouts. A lot of hunters love them, hikers love them, because they can talk back and forth. If it's going 2 miles, 3 miles, a lot of them say they'll go 30 miles. That's a ham radio frequency. I mean, there's no way but there's no way those smaller radios should be able to go shouldn't have a power to go that far. So again, like he was saying, they're using these. People that aren't licensed are buying these because they're cheap, and they go a long ways. I mean, what's the farthest you've talked to somebody? Right. And for $50 versus 500 or 1,000 for a big base model, they'll get that and not have a license, and that's what kind of makes it difficult. It doesn't ruin it for us, but it makes it really difficult for us to regulate. And like you said, we're self-regulating. Well, and along with that, and he's got pictures to show you. People will take tape measures, and the cool thing about making a metal tape measure antenna, the cool thing is they're delineated by inches and quarter inches, so it gives you the perfect length. And there's no limit to what you can do. Part of the problem is not so much that people are intentionally violating the law, they just don't know. And rather than asking, they just buy the cheapest thing they can find on the shelf, not realizing and not reading the little book that says FCC license required, and they just go out camping or hunting or whatever, and they've got these radios that they really shouldn't have. So I think that's the biggest problem. It's not that they're intentional. Some people actually do. They just want to be rear ends about it, and they just do whatever they can to wreak havoc. But most people, it's just a matter of ignorance of the law. So anyway, any questions on the transceivers, the parts of the radios, how they work? And we'll get a lot more into the antennas. Like I said, there's a huge formula, and you'll learn all of that. When I went through the class, one of the things that I did, like I said when I started, is I'd like to try to find things that made it make sense to me. So like with the other end, the picture of the frequency modulation, amplitude modulation, I couldn't quite grasp a mental image of that compression until I played with the Slinky. It made a lot more sense. So we will try to make sure that we can give you analogies or things that make it make sense, because our job is to make sure you succeed. Any questions? All right. To make contact with another amateur radio operator, we either use simplex or duplex. And the duplex, basically, you're using a repeater. Simplex simply means I'm talking line of sight, I'm talking from me to you. I'm sending a signal out, it hits that repeater takes that signal and then rebroadcasts it, so it goes farther, like you were saying. That's the reason why you have so many antennas up on these mountains, is like a patrol car, they can only broadcast so far when they're down in these valleys. By having the repeaters, they can actually broadcast farther. So this is kind of how simplex works. I can see you, I can broadcast to you, and it's just you and I talking. Okay? And again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier. This is the answer, and here's your test question. And it should be in the book that way. T2B01. And a repeater, again, you're on the other side of a mountain, you send your signal up, it hits the repeater. I can't hit this car, but I send the signal up, it hits the repeater, and then the repeater sends it to the car, and then vice versa. So I can receive off that repeater as well as transmit to it. It sums it up real well. And on that little radio with my longer antenna on it, on a clear day, I can actually talk to the springs, because if I'm in a certain area of Florence, I can actually catch the repeater on Pikes Peak. Yes. Yes. Well, and have any of you ever, if you've been around a police officer or a firefighter and you heard them key the mic and all they get is this dead tone, this is kind of a tone, that means the airways are busy. They can't get into that frequency. On it. So if they key it up again in a second or 2 seconds or 10 seconds, then they can get on. So at that time, and we'll get into it, there's like a traffic cop of the airwaves that stops you from walking on somebody else. It can be done, but not very easily. Well, right, but right.
For that radio. So if Willie wants to talk, he'll give his call sign. He has the floor. He has the radio, so he talks. And then if Chris wants to get on, and he waits till Will gets done, and then he'll key up with his call sign and he'll talk. So it's one at a time. And we all learn to take our time, and we play nice in the sandbox. It gets really busy on storm nights. Real busy on storm nights. And to be net control is a lot of fun because you're listening to everybody that's talking, and you're tracking all the different call signs. And especially when we have some severe weather that goes through the town, you'll get hail reports from the Air Force Academy, you'll get wind reports from down at Peterson Air Force Base, you'll get rain reports down at Fort Carson, you'll get sunshine reports from
So
the
bottom line
Springs.
is something valuable to add, listen, but be quiet.
Well,
You
no.
have
Yep.
already gone to the front of the class. Yes.
It's a yes and no thing. If you have a formal net, value takes priority. If it's an informal net, such as if it's all of us just chit-chatting around, then it's just courtesy. It's for something like that, it's what we call round robin or round table. We just take turns going around and talking to each other. And if we want, like, let's say Jeff is before me, but I wanted to ask him a question, I can just go ahead and say, hey, Jeff, I wanted to ask you this, and then we just go back into the circle. So in a formal net, yes. If you don't have anything of value, just turn the radio on and listen. If you're just a bunch of people chatting, I mean, we have one of our frequencies is a simplex frequency, and we'll get into the different numbers of different frequencies we go. There was 9 of us talking to each other on the radio, and we didn't do a round robin. But it was such, we were able to keep it going that we didn't have to have a round robin style. So it's kind of a as-you-go thing.
Well, you'll always have a moderator, like you were saying. You'll have somebody that plays the traffic cop to make sure that you're not walking on each other, because then nobody's having fun. With another ham, here are some simple guidelines. Like he was saying, like Chris was saying, when you turn your radio on, you get the frequency you want. The first thing you do is listen. Just make sure there's not a conversation going. You want to make sure that you're not going to start stepping on people arbitrarily. You can also ask, get on the radio if you don't hear anything for a couple of minutes. Put your call sign out. Ask if there's traffic on the radio on that frequency, just to give them the courtesy of not walking on them. Because if I ask Lauren a question and he's either trying to process what I'm asking him or he's trying to look it up or something, and he hasn't responded right back, you may turn it on and not hear any traffic, but we're in the middle of a conversation. So just as a courtesy, you ask, I'm looking for an open frequency. Is the frequency in use? This is W0STU. So you, like I said, you just ask or listen for a while, couple, 3, 4, 5 minutes, make sure that you're not walking on anybody.
Get back on this because this is really important when we do the DX, that long distance stuff. Because here in Colorado Springs, I could be talking to somebody in Washington, D.C. And somebody in California could hear the guy from Washington, D.C., but couldn't hear me. That's very possible. Matter of fact, it happens a lot. So they can hear the one side. Well, they're thinking that the guy in Washington, D.C. is talking, maybe to Europe or something like that, and they might transmit. Well, I can hear all of it because I'm in the middle. So that's why you always say it's frequency in use. And like if Will's in Washington, D.C., he'd come back and go, yeah, I'm talking to a guy in Colorado. Okay, I'll go somewhere else. And you just turn the dial, go to a different frequency. But there's a lot of that goes on, and it's absolutely amazing, especially when we do contesting. I'll hear somebody transmitting that they're doing a contest and we're trying to get as many contacts as they can. I hear them plain as day. I only hear about half of the people that talk to them, just because of my geographical location. I could be on the backside of whatever and everything, and I don't hear them. But that person that's transmitting, that's doing the contesting thing, hears all of them, and it's absolutely fascinating to hear all that. And right now in Puerto Rico, we're doing this because our propagation. We'll talk about this during propagation. The way the sun interferes or affects our planet's atmosphere, and the way our atmosphere reacts to radio waves changes the way our radios work. And right now we're in kind of a poor time of radio transmissions. Meteors change it too. And
Solar flares.
there's a lot of fun stuff that you can do with radio during meteor shower.
moon bounces. There's all kinds of stuff.
Solar
We'll
flares
definitely
leak
get into a
traffic.
lot of that.
Solar flares actually take our radios down.
Yeah.
They screw it up. And because the sunspot activity right now is low, our radio propagation is poor. So what they're having to do in Puerto Rico right now, they're setting up radio stations all across the island of Puerto Rico to relay on the island. So they're going into these remote villages and setting up communication. They're radioing that back to a central location in Puerto Rico, and they're radioing it to the mainland. Because they have internet connection now at the mainland, that's where the American Red Cross is taking that information and entering it into a feature called, what's that database? Safe and Well. So that family can go to the Safe and Well site, look for their loved one from Puerto Rico, and say, there he is. I've been looking for Uncle whoever, and that's how they're doing it. But they have to relay that because our radio propagation is so poor right now. So that's what they're doing. The radio transmission from Puerto Rico might go to Texas, or it might go to Mexico and then come up to Texas. And it was whatever radio operator can hear them, they'll relay that in. And I was listening to a relay a couple nights ago where they're relaying. There's 3 relays before it got to the end position, and it was really cool listening to that. And those are real fun nets to get into because you actually feel like this is a skill I can use to save somebody's life, to really make an impact. And it's that communication that they couldn't do any other way. So it's kind of enriching that way.
One of the interesting things that's in your packet towards the back of the book, you probably saw it's called a radiogram. This is what he's talking about. They are using these radiograms to take down the message and then contact out to another station word for word, because that's how they wrote it down. And that's how the message gets relayed across. It's through these radiograms. And you guys have a copy of that in your little booklets so you can see. And we'll talk about radiograms, I believe, when we get into more of our DX thing. We talk a little bit about them.
Right. Well, for instance, the Puerto Rico support, ARRL sent out emails, and they made some other announcements other ways too on the radio and stuff, that 14.235 is the frequency they've assigned for the Puerto Rico relief. So we all know as operators, if I don't have something that's involved with the relief, stay away from that frequency. So if I want to listen, I go to 14.235 and I can listen to what's going on. So the relays that I was listening to that, and they were trying to get some more information out, so they grabbed another frequency. They went out and said, okay, we're going to go to, I don't remember what frequency it was, so I'm going to make it up, but 14.3. So they went to that, and they used this relay thing on that. But they started at 14.2.35, and that's where we talked about.
Also, well, as I say, also, well, like with
I know, and I was getting to that because here in Colorado Springs, we use a local frequency. 146.460 is our local talk about frequency. That's kind of your hi, hello, I'm here on this frequency. So we all kind of sit on that. So Will knows when he comes up from Florence and wants to yell at me, he'll jump on that frequency and give me a shout. If I'm on, I'll be on that frequency. And then it's like, okay, well, we want to go somewhere else. We'll pick a different frequency, and we'll go to that other frequency, and we'll just have our conversation. So it's not on the frequency. And again, it's a courtesy thing. It's not in stone or anything. It's just something that's kind of evolved in our community.
So,
but you need to know what frequency that they're on to talk to them. Yes.
That's where our call signs come in, and we'll talk about those. You're going to get issued a specific call sign that's yours.
Well, that's what we're getting into next.
Yes.
Right here. So basically what will happen is he knows, Lauren will know that Chris is monitoring 146.46. So if he's out and about, breaks down, whatever, he needs to get a hold of Chris, he knows that he's going to be monitoring that channel. So he's going to keep trying to call him. Once he reaches him, then he can go to a different side channel to carry their conversation on. So
Yes.
Right.
Now,
Right.
now here's another thing too. The second frequency on the board is the national call frequency, 147.520. This frequency is standard across the entire country. So if you need help and you're not trying to call one specific person,
Somebody's
you get
gonna
on
hear
there
you.
and you say, anybody on here, I need help. They who have a phone now can get help to you, because it's kind of like the old Channel 9
Right.
of the CB radio. When you needed help, you went there. The national call frequency.
Right. So
Oh, yeah.
if I'm stuck in a mountain, I break my leg, and I happen to be able to reach 147.520, I may get somebody from Kansas that heard me. Well, I'm gonna tell them, look, I'm in Colorado. I'm on Pikes Peak Mountain. I'm hurt. I need help. They can get on the phone and start making phone calls to the right people to get the right people to me. And that's happened lots of times.
Yeah.
Lots of times. In fact, didn't that happen in that last blizzard?
Yes, it did. In fact, that also happened. Someone rolled a vehicle up in the canyon, and they were able to get on a frequency that was monitored. They called Aries specifically because that's the only phone number they had, and we helped coordinate with Teller County search and rescue. We found a car, and it took us a matter of an hour to get all that set up. And I was blessed enough to be net control operator for that day. I got the call of we need help. Not the one from the guy, but from the guy that was relaying. And we stood up and we got the guy. And we'll get into that. That's APRS.
It is
yes,
helpful.
it is.
It is helpful.
Yeah. We'll get into that. And when we get into digital, I believe we
Yeah.
get into that.
Well,
You can
the
use your
cell phone
regular
GPSs are the apps run off of satellites only.
Yeah.
Because I've got a phone that I've got completely shut off, but I use it for GPS.
Yeah, the GPS is now a GPS fix. It's not
Yeah.
a cellular fix like it used to be.
So
It used to be cellular.
when you're calling, the way I remember it is, it's there's an etiquette for everything we do. Just like with the whole frequencies, walking on people, there's an etiquette for everything else. When we call, it's hey you, this is me. So that was the easy way for me to remember it. So basically, you're going to call the call sign of who you're trying to reach, then you're going to broadcast your call sign. So that way they know who's calling, which goes back to what you were saying. If I'm trying to talk to Lauren, I'm going to call his call sign so he knows, that way he immediately knows he's being requested on the radio. Then I'm going to broadcast my call sign so he knows who he's talking to. Okay? So the easiest way for me to remember it, because I've been a firefighter since I was 14, and the easiest way for me to remember how to use the radio properly is it's, hey you, this is me. So another gentleman tried to explain to me when I did security, he tried to explain that the way you remember it is, I'm dialing your number on a phone. So that's the hey you. And then your caller shows who it is. So that's this is me. So it's hey you, this is me. An example, what's your call sign? So I'm KN0 or KE0 NCF, and I'm going to call him first. So it'd be, hey, Lauren, this is William, essentially. Okay. CQ is a procedure that we use. Basically, it's just asking if the net's open, if there's anybody out there talking, and it is just a simple abbreviation for calling any station. Just like on CB, it was breaker 19. Anybody on channel 19 is what that meant. So CQ, and anybody ever watched the movie Contact? Jodie Foster, when she's a kid, her father bought her a ham radio, and she's CQ, and she gives her call sign, and she was able to talk to Florida and all that stuff. So at CQ is basically you're breaking into the frequency and you're asking, you're asking for any station that's on the net to be able to talk to you. CQ, KD0, MF0, calling CQ and standing by. So you're going to wait, make sure people can hear you. And then you'll get into, like Warren was saying, you may have to tune your radio to another frequency and see if somebody's out there. But again, then you'll go to the CQ, and the whole, hey you, this is me concept. FCC regulations state that we have to broadcast our call sign every 10 minutes. You guys are old enough to remember back in the day when we had station identification on TV. Had to break in, do station identification every, I think it was 15 or 30 minutes. Yeah. You don't remember that? Oh yeah, they used to do stay tuned for station identification, and that was kind of the first commercial after in the middle of the program. And if you remember, And if you remember, there used to be on the radio, if you're listening to your radio, you hear Morse code. That was their station identification. Their station ID was in Morse code. So FCC requires that we broadcast every 10 minutes and at the end of our transmission. So if I'm done talking to Lauren, I got to go do something, go do some honeydews outside in the yard or whatever, I'm going to end my broadcast with, this is KE0NCF signing off, or making sure that I'm clearing the air.
Make sure that you understand these time frames on this, because there's a lot of test questions about station identifying, what time intervals that you give your identifier in, and the format that you do that. So if this is not clicking, let us know, because they like these questions on the tests. We see a lot of them.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Some more than others. I'm really weird, and I give my call sign a lot just because I don't want to miss it.
Yeah, you can do that. Most conversations, though, are under 10 minutes between
Right.
people. So when you're talking, you can just start, hey, Will, you on? That's how you can just start that way. Will could be like, oh, yeah, I'm here. Hey, and we can just chat, as long as I make sure that 10 minutes after we start, I do my station call. Or as soon as we're done, if it's like, hey, Will, I'm almost to your house. Okay, cool. KD0, UQI clear. KC0.
KN0 NCF.
Yeah, clear. So we've used it very quick like that. A lot of times, though, we use our call signs as like dialing up a phone number. W0LES, this is KD0 UQI. That's dialing the phone. But this is the utmost importance. And there is times you will hear people get on, what's your call sign? Because they'll notice you've been on for longer than 10 minutes and you haven't given your call sign at all. They'll just ask, what's your call sign? That's a reminder. For something like that, you don't get in trouble for it. But if you're a repetitive offender to it, that's when you get the cease and desist from the FCC, unless you've never touched the button.
Well, and that goes back to the whole we police ourselves. So we're having this communication and we're talking back and forth, and we happen to hit 11, 12 minutes. He may get on and say, hey, I need a call sign because you've been on for a while. You know, and it's just that kind of friendly reminder amongst the different ham radio operators. Anytime you're testing your equipment, if I go out to build an antenna or put a new whole system together and I'm asking Lauren and Chris to help me build it, we're going to test it, you got to broadcast your call sign when you're testing your equipment. And again, every 10 minutes and at the end of your broadcast. There's no requirement when you enter or when you enter a conversation, you don't have to broadcast. I do, just like Lauren was saying, always err on the side of caution. Err on the side of caution, and again, being courteous. Yep.
And you can identify them easily when the call sign comes up. Oh, I heard you talking about such and such. And you'll know the whole...
Right?
Exactly.
Q signs and Q signals, they're just simple abbreviations. It's just like code in law enforcement. It's like the phonetic alphabet in the military. It's the abbreviation HAM-E's, if you will. KSL is acknowledge receipt, or can acknowledge receipt. QRZ, who is calling, you're asking for the call sign. QTH is location. QSY, change frequency. And these are both statements as well as questions. If you want to change question, talking, and I'm asking, well, should we change frequencies? Then it's the same QSI, and he'll, okay, yeah, we'll QSI. Yeah, there's your test question number right there. QRP, reduced power. QRM, interference from other radio stations. QRN, static noise. QSO, can you communicate with me? Have a conversation. So these are very important, and these two specifically are extremely important. They will be on the test. They were on my test.
Honestly speaking, the three that you're going to use the absolute most when you get in a technician is going to be QRZ, QTH, and QSY. Those are going to be your top three that you will use. QSL, we don't use very much. That's kind of like the CBN from Jeff and my perspective. On DX, look, I said technician, Dad. When you get to general, you do. And a technician is just the top three. The QSL is kind of like doing 10-4. That's pretty much what it is. Most of us just say Roger instead of QSL.
Or copy.
Or copy. But yeah, when you get into your general and your extra, that becomes a big deal because that's a lot easier to use. But when you're doing stuff here in technician and around local, you're pretty much going to hear those three. QRZ, QTH, and QSY are your top ones that you're going to hear a lot.
How do I solve the most common problems experienced by new hams? New hams often experience a few common problems. Let's see how we can handle them with ease. Radio horizon. The radio horizon is the distance over which two stations can communicate by direct path or it's limited because the Earth isn't straight. It's flat. It's round. It's a globe, if you will. So I can't see past the horizon, but a radio can. So you have a radio horizon, which is different than our horizon. And this is what it looks like. So I'm driving along in the car. This doesn't have a laser, does it?
It has a laser,
Okay.
but it doesn't work on the screen.
So I'm driving in the car, and I want to broadcast to Lauren in his Jeep. So I can only see the top of the horizon. But because of the radio, the way the waves are created and the way they propagate out from your antenna, I can actually broadcast farther. That's your radio horizon. Any questions on that? Do we understand the radio horizon versus visual horizon? So when you combine the radio horizon, you have the curvature of the Earth, and then you can, depending upon how powerful your radios are, how long your antennas are, you can actually broadcast farther over the horizon. Any questions? I mean, we good? The way to solve that is using repeaters. It's the simplest and easiest way. You're just simply bouncing it off the repeater and going farther around the Earth than just a simplex direct line of sight broadcast. The other way you can improve that is with a bigger antenna, which again just gets you up higher, which gets you further around the horizon. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Right. It's just like think of it as a relay race. I can go so far, then I hand it off to the next person who goes to the next distance. So instead of me just being able to go a mile, I hand it off to Chris and he go another mile. So he's the repeater, if you will. Inside buildings, UHF, which stands for ultra high frequencies, are often more effective than the VHF, which is very high frequencies. The shorter wavelengths penetrate building structures better. So remember what the wavelength is. The wavelength is from one point of the wave to the same point on the next wave. So if this is my start, this is not a wavelength. That's a half wavelength. I have to go back down and back up. That's a full wavelength. When you have the shorter the wavelength, the easier it is to penetrate buildings and structures like that. And there's a lot more that goes involved if you got reinforced rebar, all that. There's a lot more, but typically speaking, the shorter the wavelength, the easier it is to penetrate the buildings. When you're inside, the easiest solution is to use UHF. Intermittent signals. Another operator reports your signals were strong a moment ago, but are now weak or distorted. You're experiencing random reflections and multipath distortion. So if I'm standing here and Chris has a decent signal from me, but it's kind of spotty, if he lets me know that, I can move over a little bit, and then when I broadcast again, he can say, "Oh, you're crystal clear now." So it was just a matter of I needed to move a little bit. Something down the road is interfering with my transmission or his reception. So it was just correct. There's other things. You get trees, satellite dishes, anything that's in the way is going to affect that wave.
Large Yeah, but
big,
large
big
mountains.
big mountains, or like if you're inside your car, using that radio inside my car without a car-mounted antenna to go with it. I'm trying to broadcast through my car and wherever I'm going, so it's obviously going to take in my signal. So by putting that antenna, now I'm outside the car. Now it's just open air. Picket fencing. This one gave me some problems when I learned about it. It's a rapid fluttering sound that is commonly heard from mobile stations that are moving while transmitting. So basically, you just stop moving. So if they're telling me that I'm picket fencing, then that lets me know that my motion is affecting my broadcast. So I'm gonna, if I can, I'm just gonna stop moving, be stationary, and broadcast. And then if he says, well, you're back to this one, I'm intermittent, then I'm okay. I stopped, and I'm not picket fencing, but I need to move over a little bit, one way or the other. First time I keyed my radio coming out of Florence, I got told I was picket fencing. So I just pulled over on the side of the road and talked for a minute or two, and we're good. Let's see. So the solution is it's usually not severely disrupting, and it's like he said, it's a lot of times it's indicative of a loose connection somewhere, or it's simply the fact that you're moving. So you pull over, and it typically resolves the problem. Again, these are test questions, very, very important. Obstructions, buildings, hills, or other features may block your direct line of sight path to a distant repeater or other station. So a lot of times, even though you know there's a repeater 2 or 3 miles away, if you've got 10 or 15 skyscrapers or buildings between you, you're going to have a weak signal hitting that repeater, so you may not hit it at all. So just be aware of where you are and what you're having to broadcast through, and know what your power is, and you should.
Oh, no. They still work great.
Yeah.
It's just you got to think ahead sometimes. If you have a problem, you got to think what the problem is and what the solution is. So, for instance,
one of his radios, he can broadcast probably from anywhere in this building and get another ham radio operator. With that one I've got there, I'm going to have problems from the heart of this building broadcasting farther. It's a small radio. It's got power, and I'm only authorized 2 meters and 70 centimeters. Right.
Yes.
Right.
Like, for instance, when I drive through downtown Colorado Springs, a very dense populated area, with this antenna, I'm strong pretty much anywhere I'm in that city. If you're working on that short antenna like that, you'll have problems. You'll still get out, though. So if they say, hey, you're distorted, take a half a step to the left, try that. Oh, man, you're great now because you're bouncing off the buildings as you're going through. Radio doesn't pass through objects as easily as it bounces off of objects. So solid objects such as the concrete or metallic sides of the buildings will reflect that radio signal off. The solid objects such as drywall, it doesn't affect it because it can go through it as easy. But the concrete, the rebar, the wood that's inside that wall, that's what bounces the radio signal inside of it, creating the weaker signal as it goes out. So you can still do it in a densely populated area. In fact, in New York City, there's it's called the Building Bounce Contest. That you try to get signals bouncing through buildings using small radios like this. You're bouncing them off of skyscrapers to get to as far out the other side of the city as you can. I just found out about that like 3 weeks ago.
I talked to a friend of mine from Florence on my radio, and he said I had we weren't 5 miles apart. He said I was really weak, and I knew I wasn't in the canyon that he was. We were in the same. If I'd have been 10 foot tall, I could have seen his vehicle. And all I did was I stepped out of my car. He heard me crystal clear. And it was just the simple fact that this low watt radio wasn't getting through my car as well as it should have. It just didn't have the power for it. Getting through my car, down the road, and back through his car. So, and it was because we didn't have external antennas and we were just using the rubber duckies. So you do have to take into consideration your obstacles, the different things that are going to obstruct the radio, and knowing that, like Chris was saying, radio waves travel in a straight line, and they love to bounce more so than penetrate, and that's key. This goes back to what Chris was saying earlier. You can have directional antennas. So if I'm on top of Pikes Peak and I want to reach Chris or Lauren, there are antennas that I can actually point, like you've seen the GPS locators for finding dolphins or finding marine animals. They point these devices. Same type of thing. You're pointing this antenna in the direct direction where he is, and it's going straight to him versus sending it just arbitrarily out into the radio waves.
Let me bring up another example of that one too. Old television antennas that you mounted on top of your house. If you pointed it away from the mountain, you got no signal. If you point it towards the mountain, you got full signal. We do ours in reverse. We transmit out that way, not just receive. So if Dad's over here and I'm pointing the antenna over here, I'm not going to hear him. He's not going to hear me. But if I point it back to him, now I have full signal. And on the omnidirectional is what we call it, which is this type of antenna, 100% of my signal goes out in 360-degree compass. If I have a directional antenna, we'll say that this has the directional, and I'm pointing it, 90% of my power goes straight out, 10% goes backwards. So I'm actually getting a farther distance by pointing at than up. Yes. Oh, yeah. So that's where directionals can also be of use. If you know you're really far away from something, the directional antenna will get you that extra few miles that you need to talk back and forth, where you don't have to increase power. So you can use a small powered radio to get as far as my radio on one of these.
Isn't there 14,000 club that uses the directionals? So,
yeah, Summit's on the air.
There's a club here in the area that uses, that's what they do. They go up on top of the peaks and they use directionals because that's the way to communicate. So, but they're notorious for using those directional antennas. Antenna polarization, the orientation of the electric field part of the radio wave is usually described as polarization. So, in simplest terms, this is your antenna. And as I want to say, it was your slide that showed it going up and down, or was it yours? The radio wave is coming out of the radio and broadcasting up and down, alternating current. It's going up and down the antenna. So it's going to propagate out the antenna, like he was saying, 360 degrees out the top of out the full length of the antenna. So the electric field oscillates parallel to the antenna. So it's moving up and down. Okay. The solution is identical polarization of the transmitting and receiving stations is best for signal strength, or otherwise signals will be significantly weaker. So I need to have, go ahead.
I was about to turn my microphone on first before I talk. When you have an antenna like this, it's going straight up and down, vertical polarized. If my dad's talking to me on one of his horizontal polarized, the signal is going to be perpendicular. That means I'm only going to get a small portion on the antenna. Versus when I go vertical, now I get his entire signal is on the antenna. That means I can hear him. When you only have a portion, it's like static noise in the background and you don't know what's going on.
Any questions on that? And I know that this is a lot of information and it's as clear as mud, but it'll get a lot clearer as we go. So if I've got, basically what he just said was, if I've got a vertical antenna, he needs a vertical antenna.
Now to make this easier for you guys, 2-meter radio. 99% of all antennas out there are vertically polarized. Because that's just normal how we talk, is always vertical. Because the mobile antennas are always up and down on the car. We rarely have a horizontal antenna on the car. So everything's polarized vertically. When you get into 10-meter, it's the opposite. 10-meter is traditionally horizontal. This is when we get into what's called dipole, and we'll be talking about that in Chapter 7. Those are horizontally polarized instead of vertically. Occasionally, which I have not had very good luck with it, but it can happen, if you have a vertically polarized antenna on the 10-meter, you can talk to someone with a horizontal because of the way the atmosphere works. It's not always the case. But for you guys, with your traditional way of doing the technician stuff, you're pretty much going to have vertically polarized antennas. So as long as you're sticking straight up and down, you're fine.
Why is there a difference in horizontal and vertical polarization? A lot of it has to do with, go back to what we're talking about in the buildings, especially if I have a directional antenna. So if my directional antenna, and I didn't bring one tonight, so I apologize for that, but I have a beam, and then it has radials, it has other wires off the side of it. Okay, so that's the directional. Like Chris says, like the TV antennas that we used to have on the roofs of our houses. So keep that in mind. That's a directional antenna. So if I have that horizontally polarized, my signals, the wavelengths go in the direction of the horizon. So if they hit a building, they'll just stop. Now if I turn it to where it's vertical, it's going to go up. So I can go up and over those obstructions. So that's where we can bend the frequencies by if I have a horizontal or vertically polarized antenna. That's one way. There's also another aspect when we're doing long distance. I can have a horizontally polarized signal with the right atmospheric conditions. It'll ride the atmosphere and it will go further. If I have it vertically, it's just going to go straight up and it doesn't ride the atmosphere and I don't get long distances out of it. There's a lot of variations that you can do, and it all depends on the type of antennas that you're using. So while it's kind of confusing right now because we can't put it into practice, just understand that there's a horizontal and vertically polarized antennas, and it depends on how far away you want those radio signals to go, on how you want that antenna polarized. Does that make sense?
And as it pertains to this particular topic, meaning the common problems that new ham radio operators have, basically what they're trying to say is if I'm broadcasting on it with a vertically polarized antenna, in order to receive me clearly, you want a vertically polarized antenna. That's basically what they're saying. That's so if I don't have one and I'm having problems hearing you, then I need to basically get a vertically polarized antenna. I need to match your antenna. That's what they're saying here.
Also, real quick, because I had this question on the last class too, with your handheld, how many people hold their antenna exactly perfectly straight? Doesn't always happen. If you're off just a little bit, you'll still get the signal on a full straight antenna. So it's just the 90-degree difference. That's where it makes the difference. If you're holding it at like 10 degrees.
If I'm talking like this, he's still going to pick me up. But if I turn it like this, the likelihood is real low.
Yep.
Because I've basically just now turned this into a horizontally polarized antenna.
Yes.
Because remember, it's coming off this way, so I'm shooting it that way. Does that make sense? Correct. Right.
Yeah, if you're both turned sideways, then yes.
But if I'm turned sideways and he's turned sideways, but he's turned sideways orienting that way, and I'm orienting this way, we're not going to hear each other.
Yeah.
Especially, like I said, or like he said, at a distance.
Correct. I'll tell you this. When you're first starting out and you're talking on the radio, if you're listening to someone, you got a handheld, just turn your antenna. Just listen to it, because when you turn, you'll hear the difference right there on your radio. Significantly quieter. Oh, it's louder. Okay, you're now vertically polarized. Now you know that your signal will be better off vertically. Versus if I'm tipped sideways and you're like, oh, okay, now I can hear you. That's how you can judge just on the field. But most of the time, that's for long distance talking. If we're talking from here to the parking lot, yeah,
it won't matter.
I could have my hand blocking the antenna completely. Won't happen. Just don't touch your antenna. We'll get into that in chapter 13.
Over deviating. Your FM signal is being driven too hard by your microphone signal, causing distortion. So basically, it's just like when you hear somebody on, you hear the band members, they key up and they get all that distortion. It's the same thing. You're talking too close to your mic and you're getting feedback. So if you're talk further away from the microphone, and so and what's typically 3 inches is basically what everybody, that's the common distance, is just 3 inches. You don't need to swallow the mic, don't need to hold it out here because then they can't hear, but 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 inches is
and you don't have to yell. We're not going to play through these audios because I have to go through all the whole fun different things, but pretty much the way to bring it up, how many people have heard an intercom system inside of a school or something? When you hear that distortion where it sounds like you can hear their heartbeat while they're speaking, that's what it is. Another thing that can overdrive or overdeviate is yelling into the microphone. If you've got that microphone up near you and you're just shouting at the top of your lungs, we're not going to hear most of what you're saying. Right here in this room, that's all you need to do. Just talk normally, and if someone needs to turn it up to hear you, we have a volume control that we can turn your audio up. We do not have a volume control to get rid of your overdeviation. So if you're talking soft, that's better off because we can turn you up. And unlike some people's knowledge, and Jeff probably heard this on the radio, in our company, they think that if you turn your volume up, your volume goes up on the radio. That is not true. That volume is only for the speaker. You control the volume coming out. So if you're talking just like this and someone says, hey, I can't hear you, speak up a little bit, or it may even be your microphone's bad. But the biggest thing is, softer the better. We can be able to compensate for it.
Well, especially nowadays, technology is to the point where now, you don't have to have the microphone in your mouth to be able to hear, for people to be able to hear you. Or even in these cheap radios are extremely, extremely well. Distorted or unintelligible signals. Distortion can be caused by several factors. You could be transmitting just slightly off. And again, as Lauren said, when we started this class, we're dealing with frequencies, not channels. So if you're supposed to be on, let's say you're trying to broadcast on 146.46. If you're on 140.461, you're slightly off. You're going to have this distorted, unintelligible signal. So it's just basically letting you know, hey, you're not quite tuned just right.
You'll really find that when you get into the 10 meter, when you do DXing. If you're listening to somebody and you've tuned into, 28.230 is our one here. If you turn into that and you hear someone's just they sound like Donald Duck. They're not quite right. If you turn that dial just a little bit more and all of a sudden they're crystal clear, they were transmitting just off frequency. And by you moving the dial, now you're on their frequency and talking with them. So that's where that slightly off really comes in handy when you're doing the long distance.
Well, and if anybody's ever traveled and you've had your radio station and your station, it's programmed where you had it was crystal clear when you left town, but it's just a little bit hard to hear. So if you adjust the radio station, it comes in crystal clear, but it's not the channel that it was programmed onto. It's the same thing. You're just not quite on that right channel. Instead of 98.8 or 98.9, maybe you're on 98.7. So it's just a matter of fine-tuning that frequency. Your batteries could be low. Oddly enough, I've only charged these batteries once. I have yet to find to broadcast when it was low. But if your batteries are low, it'll be distorted. Just like if you're using the old school kids talkies, if the batteries are low, they sound staticky, they sound really distorted. Or you're just in a bad location. If I'm down in the valleys trying to talk to Lauren here in the Springs, even if I hit the repeater, I'm quite a ways away and I'm down in a valley. So I may be very distorted just simply because I'm in a bad location. I can drive a couple of miles out of town or get to where it's a lot wider open and make it a little more crystal clear. Any questions over any of this? Again, I know it's a lot of information, and it'll get a lot clearer than mud as we go, because each of the topics will pile onto the next one. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Yep. Well, and that's exactly what I did. I ordered these radios. I ordered this one and another one for a friend of mine. I told her if she passed the test, I'd buy her a radio. Because I'm the one that talked her into getting into the class. But in fact, at Lauren's kind of prompting, I bought these just to be able to hear how people talked on the radio. I wanted to learn that etiquette before I got on the radio myself. So I sat and just eavesdropped. So all I did was just listen to how people open their communications. And I noticed a big difference between this group, how they talk to each other, this group, how they talk to each other. Some of them had a lot more etiquette and were a lot more professional. I never ran into anybody that was unprofessional, but I ran into some that had kind of let some of the, there were more formal versus less formal. But yeah, I sat probably for the last 2 weeks of our class and just listened on the radio. And it was very intriguing and very educational.
Okay, real quick before we get into 1.3, we are running slightly behind by about 15 minutes to make sure we get out on time tonight, because Chapter 2 is the longest that we have in this entire book. We're going to run through this, and not a quick pace, but quicker pace. So we'll make sure we're on time. But still, if you guys have questions, ask them.
Warren's going to actually do a demonstration about repeaters, but we're going to get into kind of the basics of repeaters. And it can be very confusing. Ask questions, please ask questions. An amateur radio station is simultaneously it retransmits the signal of another radio station on a different channel. So if you look at the image, the blue is his transmission. So he's transmitting on, we'll just say 146.460. Well, when he gets, let me go ahead and go forward. Okay, so when he transmits, again, it's the blue, he's transmitting, well, he's going to receive on the 146.460. So his receive frequency is the same as my transmit. When he transmit, it's going to be just slightly off. So I'm going to receive it on a different frequency because he's transmitting on a different frequency. So the repeater basically takes that signal, sends it back out, and it's on a slightly different frequency than so the easiest way to put it is I'm going to send it on frequency 1. You're going to receive it on frequency 1, but you're going to send it back to me you're going to retransmit on frequency 2, and I'm going to receive your transmission on frequency 2. Just like with the old crystal scanner radios for people that listen to police calls. You had to have two crystals to listen. You had one for the broadcast and one for the receive. So that's what the repeater does. It uses two different frequencies, and this kind of explains it a little bit better. So he's broadcasting on 442.725 megahertz, and he's receiving it on 447.2725. So he's going to rebroadcast it on the 442.75, and I'm receiving it on the 447. So the receive frequency is different than the transmit frequency. Yeah, the repeater does that. Yep. Yep.
Radio does it automatically.
Well, and then when you get into the really elaborate radios, it'll show you the receive frequency and the transmit. It'll have TX and RX, and it'll show you which. So your frequency offset, the difference between a repeater's transmit and receive frequency, that's important. Really important is knowing what frequency offset is. Very important. And then these are your most common offsets for the technician level for your 2-meter band and your 70 centimeter band. It's plus or minus 5 megahertz for 70 centimeters and plus or minus 600 kilohertz for 2 meters.
And that point that's memorize that.
Yeah, is that, what is an offset?
That's the offset here.
Okay.
From 442.725 to 447.725, that's the difference. That's where that offset is. From the transmit frequency to the receive frequency.
And William, also on the board, I wrote down right beneath the Pikes Peak repeater, that's that 0.6 offset is the one right below. So that's the transmitting frequency is the 146.370 is what you transmit. As soon as you push that button, your radio automatically changes to that transmit frequency after programming, and then it transmits it to the repeater. The repeater then goes to the 970 version. So it's all automatic after programming. The repeaters already know what to do.
So do we have to program that?
We can help you with that when you get it. That's what we also do, but yeah.
Yes. Thanks to Chris, he programmed this twice for me. And the way I remembered this is think about the transmit's one direction only. It's out, and your receive is only in. So that's why you have two different frequencies. Well, that's how they calculate the offset. So it's basically just give or take that much.
You will see that as a test question as is written. 2 meter band plus or minus blank kilohertz for your offset. So that's what I said, just memorize that. And in the 70 centimeter, which is UHF, is a plus or minus 5 megahertz.
I will say that on the test questions that I've seen, on the tests that I've seen, that's almost on every single test. That particular one. So if you got that one, you've at least got one.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. Well, yeah. In modern radios today, if I put in the programming sequence, I'll say that I'm going to listen to the 146.970. That's my receive frequency, and then I press a button to say that it's going to be a repeater. Then the radio will ask me, is this a plus or a minus? Because you can either be plus 600 kilohertz or you can be minus 600 kilohertz on that repeater, and that particular one is a minus. So I would select minus. The radio itself does the math already. I love it. I don't have to do the math, and it already puts in the step because ARRL said we call it a natural offset on 2 meter is 600 kilohertz. You can have an unnatural offset on a repeater. They're very uncommon. There's a publication called a repeater book that you can get either digitally, I've got it on my phone, or you can get a hard copy of it, and it tells you all of the coordinated repeaters in North America, and if they are a positive offset, a negative offset, or an unnatural offset. And they update that book every year, and it all depends on, because all these coordinated repeaters are licensed. So all that information is public knowledge. You can go to the FCC's website and get the knowledge. Chris.
So when you were in the repeater book, this is how it's written in the book. Frequency. That's the repeater we're talking about, 146.970. There'll either be a negative sign or behind it telling us, is this going up 600 kilohertz or down 600 kilohertz? And then what we're about to get into is this next number. It's called a PL tone. He's going to explain what a PL tone is. All of this is written in one line. So you can all see it right there. So when you're programming, you just hit negative, and the computer program will automatically change it to what you need when you program the radio. So that's how we know which one's which. We're not out there guessing. It's published just like this.
And if you, one of the really easy is if you look, both people are receiving on the same frequency. They're both receiving on the 447, and both are transmitting on the 442. So again, you have one frequency goes out, one frequency comes in. So it's just kind of, I always remember it as it's a one-way channel. Repeater may require tone transmissions to open it. It's kind of like a passcode. So the CTCSS is a continuous tone code squelch system. The tone transmitted with the normal voice to open that squelch. So it opens up that repeater, allowing you in, so to speak. And you yes, which is digital code squelch, tone burst, tone of specific frequency at the transmission start. So when I'm trying to ping this repeater, when I broadcast if I have it in my radio, if I broadcast towards that repeater, it's going to be built into that. Right when I start that broadcast, that subaudible where you can't hear it, that tone's going to go off and open up, give me access to the repeater.
That subaudible tone, that's the PL tone that I was just talking about, the 102.1 that's up on the board. That's the same thing. So that is, yes, that's a passcode. That's what tells the repeater, hey, I'm talking to you, not just some random thing. No, never will.
If the repeater requires one of the above tones, you might be able to hear but not access the repeater. So basically what this is saying is if I don't broadcast the right repeater access code, if you will, I can hear anybody talking on it, but I can't access it to broadcast on it. So you'll be able to hear but not talk because you don't have the right tone programmed in. Muting is controlled solely by the presence or absence of an RF signal in the carrier squelch. There's no tone required to open up that repeater. Are all of ours tone required?
They're tone coded just because there's so many of them. I got them maybe up in Montana or something, in a very sparsely populated area. They won't have those tone codes. The reason they do that is if I have a repeater in Denver that's on the same frequency pair, we don't want to have a Denver transmitter opening up the Pikes Peak repeater. So they put tone codes on there so they don't interfere with one another. That's the only reason the tone codes are there.
CQ is rarely used on repeaters to indicate that you're listening and interested in contact. Simply transmit your call sign. So when you're using the repeater, you don't just because you're using the repeater, you don't have to say CQ. When you broadcast and you're going through the repeater to reach your recipient, you just start with your call sign and then start your conversation.
Turn this thing on. Or if you just want to, you're bored and you're driving home. We hear this all the time. I'll get on the 970 repeater and I'll just say W0LES monitoring, and I'm done. I don't say nothing. Chris might hear me, or Will might hear me, or one of my other pals might hear me, and they're bored too, and they'll talk, and we'll just chit chat, and the next thing I know, I'm home. So it's kind of nice. But yeah, instead of just saying CQ looking for a contact, I'll just say W0LES monitoring, and if somebody wants to talk, they can. If nobody, then I kind of listen to the radio on the way home.
And when you say monitoring, that's the non-emergency side. When we were talking about before, calling for anybody we need help, when you just say monitoring, it's exactly that. It's just for chit chat as you're going down. There are 5 or 6 people that I know of that literally they just turn the radio on and they hear if anyone says monitoring, they'll instantly start talking to them. And just chat all the way down. You learn a lot of new stuff that way, and then someone else will pipe in and you'll talk with them for a while. If you're like we used to when we lived an hour outside of town, we talked to a lot of people going home.
Calling a specific station, say the other station's call sign and then identify with your call sign again. It's the hey you, this is me. This is just like the FM simplex ops. Simplex instead. Simplex works really well if you're line of sight. You don't have to use a repeater. Stations communicate directly without using a repeater. Operators should consider using. So if I don't use a repeater, I should go to simplex and not use the repeater. Yeah, as I say, there's nothing that says you can't use the repeater, even though you're close enough to just talk direct. But it's just a courtesy, so you're not interfering with anybody else. Is what?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you
and they'll identify the frequency when, like, if you get the list of frequencies of the local frequencies, they'll identify it as either simplex or repeater.
Mm-hmm. If you're talking to your neighbor 3 houses down, using simplex is just radio to radio. You don't need to use the big mountain to be able to talk. But if you're talking to someone in Cripple Creek, you can't talk radio to radio. You have to use a repeater. That's why they say it's better to, if you can use simplex, use it. In case someone wants to talk to Cripple Creek, they can be able to get on the repeater. You're not just tying it up, talk to your neighbor 3 houses down.
And like I said, the frequencies, when you get the list of them, they'll identify the frequency as either a repeater frequency or simplex.
And when you program your radio, the Baofeng, the one that he has, you can put 100 different frequencies in the single list. So you can be like, oh, I just need, and you just turn it right to it, so it's already programmed. So you don't have to remember every single one, which one's a repeater, which one's not. And the Baofeng, you can even title them. So, for instance, we know 970's Pikes Peak. You can title it Pikes Peak. Now you know you're on the Pikes Peak repeater. Or the 460 simplex. We can put that on there. So that way you know when you're on which one. It kind of helps out running with those.
Let's see. Who operates and coordinates repeaters? Repeater coordination. The frequency coordinators keep things orderly. They're like the traffic cops of the repeaters. They are selected by local amateur operators, which is us, all of us, and to operate the repeaters or auxiliary stations. Have you ever done repeater? Done the coordinator recommends transmit receive channels and other parameters for repeaters and auxiliary stations. That's going to be on your test. Any technician class licensed amateur may legally own or be the control of a repeater station. And you can actually make a computer repeater stations. You can actually turn your computer into a repeater station. All right, so he's going to do a demonstration to kind of explain all that hodgepodge I was just going over.
So we're going to take a very confusing, complex description. No, leave it on there. Nope, leave that on there. And we're going to break it down into some simple steps with class participation. So I already figured out I've got this thing on wrong. So switch this around. Okay, we'll do this. All right.
I guess I should change the name from me.
Can I borrow you? You're overwhelmed right now? I'll make it a simple process for you. No less? We're gonna make that whole chapter of repeater very easy with visual description. Be my repeater. Okay? So you hold that antenna.
We set the fire hose on full for you right now. Next week, pull it back to medium. Everything it just clicks. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I borrow you? Borrow everybody. Chris, take that and you stand over there. And if I can borrow you, over here.
We need to scoot over for the camera.
Oh, good gracious. We're not going to get everybody on camera, so you're going to have to get
Jeff's
over that.
good.
Come on over here for me.
There we go. Jeff, come back this way. There. Perfect. After you, ma'am.
Take this. Go over by that chair over there.
Edge of the table.
That'd be fine. Okay. So what we have here is we have Pikes Peak. And we have a repeater on top of Pikes Peak. Okay? Colorado Springs, Lake George. Okay? Real scenario. This I hear this almost every day. I hear some people talking from Lake George to Colorado Springs like every day. So we've got this big mountain in the middle. You can't talk to one another radio to radio. So we want to use our repeater. Okay? So, good God, Chris, you're killing me. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, so, and I'm sorry, I am horrible with names. What's your first name? Sandy. Jeff. Ginger. I will not remember this. Sandy, Jeff, and Ginger. Okay, so use your names instead of your call signs because I don't want to really confuse you with the call signs. So we'll use your names as a simulated call sign, okay? So you're calling Ginger, okay? So go ahead and call Ginger on your radio. Just say, Ginger, this is... Okay. And Ginger can't hear because the big mountain's in the way, okay? So now the repeater hears this. The repeater picks that up. Okay. Because it listens to her transmitting signal. Her transmitting frequency is 146.0. So when she presses the transmit button, the little computer in there says, this is a repeater channel because it was programmed that way. I have to transmit. That's right.
She knows that she has to use that frequency.
Yes, correct.
Well, no. She has to use that frequency to get to you.
Well, no, what he's saying is in order for her to communicate with her friend, she knows she's got to use the repeater.
Well, yes and no. That's not what he asked. So hold on a second. Yeah. The repeater is listening to 146.370. So when she presses transmit, her radio transmits on 146.370. The repeater hears that 370.
That's why, only because I'm listening for that 370. I'm listening to that channel.
That's all you're listening to.
You're talking to you in Castle Rock,
Right.
Colorado Springs.
Right.
So
You're ignoring that
I'm ignoring that because you're not.
on your frequency.
Okay, but now how does she know?
We'll get to that in just a second. Yep. So
That's the only reason
the
I
two-
don't, because I'm only designed right now to listen.
so you're just listening to 146.370. That's what you're listening to. Okay. So she transmits to there. You hear this, and you're like, okay, I'm going to wake up. Okay. So now you've heard that transmission. The repeater retransmits that signal 146.970 because that's your output. Your input is 370. Your output is 970 because 970 is the frequency we all listen to because we all want to listen to the repeater. Whatever the repeater is saying, we want to listen to this. So your radio, because you haven't pressed anything, is listening because that's what he's putting out. No, because he hasn't said anything.
Correct.
Because he hasn't said anything.
Correct. Nobody's heard it. You ever
Nobody's
repeated it,
hearing it.
nobody's heard it. Is you've heard her talk.
She woke up the giant.
Yep.
Yep.
Now I have this,
Right.
and I'm like, okay, so I take that. I sit there.
Yep.
And you say,
And we all hear that.
we all hear it. Yes.
Yes.
Correct. Right. And when you say that, what frequency does that come back up to him on? Okay. What hold on. You actually answered it.
Oh, you're
but,
right.
But just think about this. So you hit transmit. What frequency is it? 970 or is it 370 that your radio is sending up to the big radio? No, it's 370 because 370 is what he's listening for. He's talking on 970. He's listening to 370. She didn't transmit to
receive.
you on anything. She transmitted to the repeater on 370. You both transmitting to 370 because that's what he's listening to. On the right, he's talking out on the 9.
So you said that 970.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
It's always a receive.
Right.
So anybody else wanted always give me 370.
If I want to hit you, if I'm transmitting to you, it's 370. If he transmits to you, it's 370. But everything you 970. Yep.
Right. For this repeater, because it's 600 kilohertz low. Let's see.
So then let me. I think this is another confusion. What does her rate?
What do you mean? Does it say?
Did she program any numbers in?
Yeah,
She's right here.
She programmed in. You program in your receive frequency is 146.970. That's what repeater is talking out on. That's what the repeater transmits on. Well, the bad thing is that it depends on the radio on how to program it.
repeater.
So I'm not going to get into
That's what it
the.
did. I thought it showed repeat.
She's gonna open up the thing.
Yeah. So if you want to.
But 970.
Right. Okay.
They might be able to see it.
Maybe we'll do this. Okay. So look at the bottom line. Come on over here. Look at the bottom line. Okay. 970. That's the repeater we're listening to. The Pikes repeater. Everyone listens to that. Now watch when I press the button. that number changes to 370.
So that's the automatic.
It's automatic. As soon as you press the button, the radio says, "Oh, I'm on a repeater," because we programmed it as a repeater.
So it has to go to that other frequency to work.
But what she wants is the 970.
That's what we listen
Well,
to.
that's why once he lets go, it goes back to
It goes
receive.
right back to that. But every time we talk, you press that, it goes to 370. That goes up to the repeater. Okay.
So we look at the 970, but the
And we call it the 970.
right, and the function of the radio itself makes it transmit on the other frequency.
Exactly it.
Right.
Exactly it.
But we need to know the 600.
Yes, you need to know the offset.
We don't know the offset.
Yes.
Yeah, we could figure it out.
Well, yeah, because and yeah, if I find a repeater, I have two choices. Well, actually, I have three choices, but it's either up 600 or it's down 600. So if I go to Toledo, Ohio, right, or if I'm just around and I'm in Toledo, Ohio, and I'm scanning all the frequency, come across this weird frequency, it's not in my repeater book, and it says 146.970. I can either be no transmit frequency is either 600 kilohertz above or 600 kilohertz below, because that's the standard offset. I try them both. It could be a hybrid one. It could be something unique. They're very rare. Most of them are always a plus or a minus. So that way, it's a standard offset. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So let's go back into this again. So she transmits on 370 to the repeater. Someone wants to talk. So you repeated that out, and it went out on the 970 because you're talking. So she heard it. We heard it. Okay. And then when you answer her, it goes up on what frequency? And on what frequency? On 970.
Good.
Right. Okay. So is that clear? Okay. Now we'll add in the extra, this PL tone thing. You and you. That's CTCSS. PL tone's an old term, and I'm sorry, I'm old, and I fall back on it.
Off.
Okay.
It's basically saying, hey, I know I'm using a heater that I want to pick up the use.
Right. Right.
But it's a function of
It's all programmed into the radio, so you don't have to do anything other than press the big button. Yeah.
I'm awake for the transmit.
right. As soon as I hit the button,
And she starts talking, and you're like, shorthand to rebroadcast.
So without that, you hit transmit, and you don't have a tone programmed. Do you hear her transmission? No, you're right. So you tone is what is your doorbell. Yes, that's what wakes you up. No, actually, there's a list of 15 different tone frequencies that are already set by the FCC, and then as the repeater owner, I pick one. Yeah. No, you pick one. The coordinator will say you've got the choice of these, because if there's one that's close by, they'll say, okay, this one's taken, you can't do this, but you pick one. Yeah, I know I've already done that. No. That it's actually really good, because last year, one of our large groups here in Colorado, we call it the Colorado Connection. They have 9 repeaters. Yeah, I think they're at 9 right now, scattered all throughout the state. They're all linked together. So if you transmit on one repeater, you're transmitting on all 9 at the same time. So your transmission goes across the state of Colorado, which is really kind of cool. When I was here in Colorado Springs, actually I take that back. When I was in Grand Junction, I wanted to talk to him in Colorado Springs, in Colorado Connection repeater, which linked electronically to the Colorado Springs Colorado Connection repeater, and I talked to Chris. We do. No, through donations and club dues and good-hearted
Or if you're a
philanthropic.
rich person in your own financial pocket.
Yeah, this is all
amateur funded. No tax money involved, no public money involved. It's all private. No, no, it's all analog.
How does this repeater work?
Okay, you got to help me out more with that question, because that could be a weak answer, or I can give it to you in just a few minutes. So what's your answer you're looking for?
How does repeater understand what I'm saying so he can relate to her?
It's the same way her radio.
Okay, I think I get the repeater is our radios. It's the exact same radio that we use, except there's a computer that's attached to it that's retransmitting. It's just switches on the same ones. You're using two different frequencies. So when you're talking, it immediately parrots on the other frequency. The computer doesn't record it. It just switches things on.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's on off switch.
Oh, okay.
So when you broadcast, you send this out at home. He wakes up, he picks up what you say, and with the on switch, you pick up your reception. And he turns the on switch off when you stop broadcasting. Turns on his transmit on switch.
Yep. Make sense?
So the repeater is just somewhere in a box with an antenna.
Yeah,
pretty much.
A very expensive box.
The box is about as big as what I have for this computer system back here. It's a very expensive box with an antenna on it. That's really much all it is.
It's really two radios.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, sir.
If you hike and you look on these other mountains, and
That's right.
Yes.
Yep.
That's exactly it.
and they're just about my size.
Yes.
Yep.
You remember the old switchboard operator?
Just automatic instead of a physical.
Yep. Yeah. A repeater is two radios. You have a radio for transmit and a radio for receive. Is in there doing the link. That's all it is.
We're good?
Is that better than that description?
We'll go over it again, I think, twice more.
So you guys understand the CT-CSS tone that you're yeah.
It's essentially what this is, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And believe me, the first week, but every class after this is going to basically take the different. So you're going to get, this is an overview of the whole thing, and you're going to get in depth with repeaters, all that.
Yeah, for now, real quick, we're going to go over the CT-CSS, or else we are going to run
Well, I think they got that. So.
And then we'll take a 10-minute break, because
Okay.
so we then you can do questions on that, so I can get set up for this next one, because it takes about an hour and 10 minutes to go through it. Real.
Okay.
So
The thing that is cumbersome, I'll just say it that way. Depending on what radio you buy, you want to know what software you can get to make things easier to program. Just like these are computers. I'll just say that right now. The days of radio are gone. These are computers. Exactly. This one has a free shareware that you can download and all the frequencies, and then plug it into the computer and it uploads into the radio. Otherwise, you're going through all the menus trying to program these things in. I've been doing this for a long time. I absolutely positively despise having to type in the thing, because I get lost and I forget where I'm at. And oh my gosh, do I screw it up. So get something with software. There's different third-party softwares that you can get. Ask around for whatever radio that you decide to buy, and ask other people, what software are you using? Like Christopher has the software for this. When he bought his radio, I just grabbed it from him, gave it to Chris.
That actually
loaded
came with the disc with all the frequencies, and it came with the USB, plugs into the radio, plugs in your computer, all that. So it's all there.
Yeah.
And there's people all around this community. If you need help with programming any radio,
programming it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just go to, oh, you have my radio. Hey, I don't know how to come with me. plug it in. Which one did you want? There you go. And then it's done.
Well, if you look, he also programmed my call sign, KE0 with NCF. So these things are the beatnies.
This is a great starter radio when you get started. It's a
It really
$30
is.
radio. It comes with a cable. It comes with that short antenna, just like
Charger.
that. The charger, all of that, everything you need just to get started. The Baofeng is the way to go. And one of the things that we do is when you take the class, if you do get the Baofeng, you can come to me or Dad, and he'll give it to me. We will program the radio for you to get on the air, ready to go, just to get you rolling on the standard ones, the stuff that we talk about here. All programmed. All you do is give it to us. We hand it back to you, and it's just like turning it on, specially made for you, ready to go. That's one of the things that we do for our students.
Yeah, once you get it back, all you gotta do is push a button.
Talk on all the repeaters.
That's a Baofeng.
UV5R.
Yeah, UV5R.
They're
And they're all over,
Amazon.
they're all over eBay for $50. And in fact, I
Amazon.
almost bought, there was a 5 for $100, which made them $20 a piece. And if you get the 5-pack, it comes with 5 chargers, 5 programming cords, 5 everything.
Are you guys comfortable with repeater operation? How that it's a little clearer than the lecture. The lecture's rough.
Yeah.
It's like I can't. It is. It's just some people have a hard time with it, so we try to present it in different ways. Exactly.
I'm on mine.
What?
I did change to chapter 2.
Oh. I was going to back it up so we can see the diagram she's talking about.
Colorado
Oh,
Connection.
That's all right.
They're actually linked through IP addresses.
It's
Yeah.
computers that run them together. Internet.
It's through their programming. Yeah. And they changed what I was getting at with this. They changed their PL tone 2 years ago, and they did a really great job of trying to get the word out that the PL tone changed. And people who travel through the state, Colorado Connection's been up for a long time, and they've had that one PL tone for a long time. And it was interesting hearing people and other repeaters saying, "Hey, is such and such repeater off now?" Oh no, the PL tone changed. Well, there was a matter of months before the new repeater book came out, and it wasn't updated. So and that happens. And the CTCSS tone changed. Yeah, and that's the because they had 2 repeaters that were on a different tone than the other repeaters were. Now every one of them is on the same tone, so they standardize it. Yeah, exactly. So they changed that, and that happens too, especially when you're traveling. I've got an old radio book, and I went to Maryland, and I wanted to play on some of the repeaters. There was 2 repeaters I really wanted to get on because they had some special functions. I couldn't get on them. Well, I finally found a repeater that I had programmed right in my radio, and I got on the repeater, asked for somebody from local. I said, "Hey, I'm trying to get on this repeater. I think I got the wrong PL tone because it won't come up." "Oh yeah, well, they changed that like 8 months ago. It's now 123 instead of the 105. "Okay, cool, thanks." Got off that repeater. I went over there, changed it, reprogrammed it, got on it, and got to do what I wanted to do. So that's what I'm saying. The community is very friendly. It's not they don't put the CTCSS tones out there to lock people out. Interference. So one repeater doesn't interfere with another repeater. The ham community is so friendly. We get on there and say, "Hey, I'm trying to get on this because I want to do this special feature." "Okay, yeah, you need to do this. Oh, by the way, it's locked because the CTCSS, it's in the programming line, and it's on a menu in here.
No,
You won't see it.
That's the suborbital tone.
Yeah, and that's why you have to understand how to program your radio, because things change on the fly and you need to be able to go in and change it. So that type of thing.
Well, and like you were saying too, the community, the ham radio community is so pro courtesy that typically if they're going to make a change, they put it out as best they can way in advance and let you know the change is coming. They don't want to blindside anybody. Sometimes it happens, but typically they just put it out way in advance. Say, "Hey, we're going to make this change just so you know it's coming up, and this is what the change is going to be."
To that point, the 970 repeater, when you listen to it,
I didn't say if, but when you get your radio and you listen to the 970 repeater, so you put in the 146.970 and just listen, once an hour, you will hear it announce itself.
30 minutes.
Is it 30 minutes? I thought it was
30
once an
minutes
hour.
required by,
Yeah.
by
Yeah,
30
FCC.
minutes.
Yep.
Sorry, okay. The repeater comes on, this particular one talks and says this is the Pikes Peak
Pikes
Amateur
Peak FM is
Just say it should be
Yeah,
coming
Pikes
up.
Peak FM Association repeater on 146.970 with a CTCSS tone .6. To use the repeater, it tells you everything. If you listen to it, it tells you how to get on the repeater because we want people using it.
Okay, real quick. A 5-minute break because I got to do a break on here.
Okay.
So, for people who need a break, we are going to be coming back at 8:05 on the dot to get this chapter 2. As you can see, we have 4 subsections to talk about, so we're going to try and get through as much as we can. Yeah, we encourage the practice tests. Okay, we're gonna have some fun now. We're gonna go to the boring stuff. We're getting into the FCC rules and regulations. So this is where we talk about the brown shirts when they're gonna come pounding on my door. When you get a letter saying you need to stop transmitting immediately, it's the button. We talk about the 7 biggest rules to follow. And they're very common rules, but these are the important ones that you follow when you're on the radio. And now I do apologize. We're going to kind of go through this kind of quickly. Usually we get about an hour and a half to do this section. If at any time I've talked too fast, please stop me, ask the question, and then we'll keep going. All right, so the FCC, what's its purpose? The FCC, or Federal Communications Commission, is the agency that regulates and enforces the rules for the amateur radio service. This is in accordance with the FCC regulations. Radio service, that's what we're under. This advances skills in the technical and communication phases of the radio art, and allows a person to conduct radio experiments and allows to communicate with other licensed hams around the world. Part 97. This is the FCC rules and regulations that govern the amateur radio service. If you go to the FCC's website and type in Part 97, you can get the unfiltered, lawyer lingoed rules and regulations that's about 14 pages long if you try and print it at your computer at a text of about an 8. It's the legislation law. So we are not going to go into that much detail, thankfully. We're going to get over our section, because Part 97 also applies to household devices as well, not just amateur radio. The FCC rules always apply to operation of an amateur radio station licensed by the FCC. An amateur station is defined as a station in amateur radio service consisting of the apparatus necessary for carrying on radio communications. What does that mean? You're not professional. You are an amateur operator using the equipment for an amateur operator on an amateur frequency. You are not a radio station like the ones we have here, Way FM, KBIQ, or I can't remember half the other ones around here. You're non-professional. You don't broadcast. These are the 7 big rules to follow, and there will be at least one of these rules on your test. You must make your station available for FCC inspection upon request. In other words, if you're causing problems, they can come to your door and say, we need to see your station. Has that ever happened to you, Dad? Has that ever happened to you? Hasn't happened to me. I don't know if anybody has actually happened to. When you follow the protocols, they don't come knocking. Maintain a correct mailing address with the FCC or your license may be revoked or suspended. When Will got his letter, if his address wasn't the correct address and it got sent back, they immediately cancel the license. Now, if you transmit after that point, you are now breaking the law by transmitting on a revoked license. To be able to keep you updated, so when something goes wrong, they can get a hold of you. use the minimum necessary power to carry out the desired communications. If I'm going to talk to Jeff and he's on the other side of the parking lot, talking to him at 1,000 watts is a little bit of an overkill. So we don't want to use more power than necessary, because when I talk to him down the parking lot at 1,000 watts, now I'm talking to Sri Lanka at the same time. But they don't know that I'm just talking to Jeff down the street. So that's why we use our minimum power to desired communications. Yes. Partly, yes. One factor, one of a few factors, yes. So the more power you put in the antenna, the farther out you can go. Most of our radios have a full power and low power frequency or feature. We can just press a button and now it's in low power. Now we're only talking 1 watt. When we're talking, there's an event every June, it's called Field Day. And when we're talking to someone just at the other end of the field, we run with 1 watt of power because it's just like a walkie-talkie. We're talking back and forth to each other. But if I'm talking to another station in Denver, 1 watt won't reach there, but my full power of 10 watts will, and I can go talk to them. So that's when we choose our desired power.
Think of power as the force behind water coming out of a water hose. The more power you have, the farther that stream will go.
Mm-hmm. Prohibited activities. This is very important. Number 1, there's no foul language on the radio at all. It's kind of like professional radios when you're talking to other drivers on the bus or other features. You don't swear, no foul language. There's no music transmitted on a radio. Reason, and I'll get to that in a moment. No harmful interference. What this means is, let's say Rebecca and my dad are talking to each other. If I get on there and I'm constantly making duck quacks, that's harmful interference to their transmission. You don't do that. That's a purposeful act. We don't do it. And there's no commercial retransmitting. In other words, if you hear this amazing commercial on TV, you don't put your microphone up to the speaker of the TV and retransmit on the radio. It's not YouTube, exactly. Yeah, don't you love how YouTube now makes it when you start any video, you have to watch a commercial before you start it? Okay. Broadcasting is a transmission of information intended for reception by general public. This is a general broadcast. In other words, if I get on there and I say, "Hear ye, hear ye, the king of the country will come today," it's a general broadcast. We don't do that. It's a direct communication to him. Now, where that's different is if there is a public bulletin for specific recipients, such as when we talk on our Skywarn net, the National Weather Service has issued this warning. This is going to all the Skywarn people that are on the radio, but they are directly receiving it. It's not to everybody, it's to those people involved. No, we don't have that across the radio, not like that. Nope. The only time but you will hear someone's going, yeah. Yeah. Nope. It's not like CBs where you can be like, "Hey, yo, there's a crash right here on 24. You don't do that. But you can also call up if you're stuck in traffic on I-25 and wherever. You can go on the radio. Does anybody know what's going on here? Someone can be able to directly connect to you and answer your question. But someone else might be coming up the interstate, go, "Ooh, okay," and away they go. Correct. 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 That makes sense? Now, broadcasts are allowed for stations transmitting code practice, information bulletins, or emergency communications. For instance, like I just said with the National Weather Service, that's information bulletins. During an emergency communications, if they're running a net, for instance, in Puerto Rico, they can be able to say, attention all stations, this is what's going on. That's a broadcast to those stations. But again, it's a direct point to those stations. Essentially, yes. There are no codes or ciphers either. The only codes that you're allowed to use codes such as Morse code, or there are a few other codes you can use. The only time that you can use a cipher is if you are talking to your personally owned satellite to control what it needs to be done. That way no one else can be able to tell your satellite to go into the Earth's atmosphere and burn up. So that's into phonetics, and that is a published code, but it's not a code. It goes into the, jargon, thank you. So you'll still be using the phonetics, and we'll be talking about that here in a little bit. Like I said, no music transmissions unless you are talking to the International Space Station, and only specific stations can actually do that. Harmful interference, again, this seriously degrades everything that someone's trying to do. No retransmission of commercial broadcasts, but you may retransmit auxiliary, repeater, or space station signals. This is usually done automatically. We will get into that part when we get into the digital side of our classroom. Rule number 5, the sale or trade of radio gear is okay over the radio, as long as you're not conducting it regularly. This is radio gear only. So for instance, if I'm trying to sell a Baofeng, I can get on, talk with Jeff. Jeff's needing the handheld. Hey Jeff, just want to let you know I got a Baofeng that I'm willing to sell. $30. Want it? Sure. That's fine. It's an informal deal. But I can't get on there and say, I have a 1994 Oldsmobile Buick up for sale. Can't do that. Yeah. If anybody knows what my Oldsmobile looks like and acts like right now, $1 is enough. But what you could do on the radio is say, hey, I've got something that might interest you. Give me a call on my cell phone. We still use cell phones when we do that. To a specific person, yes. So if I knew that Jeff was needing a car, I'd call Jeff. Hey, Jeff, can you give me a call on my phone? Sure. Hey, just want to let you know I got my car for sale. You still interested? That's how you would do that, but it wasn't connecting over the radio.
But you also can't broadcast every Monday afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Correct.
A new item for sale.
Correct.
You can't do a regular eBay or whatever.
Yep. No payment or compensation except for communications incidental to classroom instruction and education institution. In other words, Jeff, if I taught you one-on-one, I can't take money for teaching you. However, by doing a classroom as this, the money can be able to go through. You guys paid a $40 cost for the in-person class. We don't get paid any of that. All 3 of us are here as a volunteer. All that money went to all the stuff that you guys have. That's how we did it. We made it easy for you guys to get everything in one location. We do not actually take a compensation for what we do here. Even though legally we could, we don't, because we want to be able to share our knowledge with all of you.
In addition, you can't receive money for using your radio.
Yes.
Like,
keep forgetting that one.
Those guys that went down to Puerto Rico, they're all volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
At no time can anybody, amateur, at no time can somebody come in and say, hey, we love you, here's, $1. Can't do it. What this is really meant for is, I can't, during an emergency, you come to me want to send out a message, I'll send you a message for $10.
Mm-hmm.
Big, so that's what this rule is really aimed at.
Military station contacts are allowed only on Armed Forces Day communications text weekend once per year. Have you ever gotten to talk to a military base yet? I haven't either, but there are a lot of people here in Colorado Springs that do. And Yep, and they'll tell you exactly what day because it's like publicized all through the ham radio community. Huh?
Armed Forces Day.
Yes, but they also tell you what frequency they're going to be on. They tell you everything. And with us being a military town, we have a few military bases we can talk to here locally, and we can also talk to other military bases throughout the world, but only on that particular time. What are the provisions of my license? The FCC makes available 3 license classes now: Technician, General, and Amateur Extra. You can transmit once your license grant appears on the FCC license database. When you guys are going through this class, at the end on our test day, we will show you how to go on to the FCC's database and look for your call sign. I have been told, we're still working on it, if we get the paperwork in on time, it'll take 1 day. If it comes in after the deadline, it'll take 3 days to get your guys' license up right now. You'll get a
It'll
random.
be randomly generated.
Mine is randomly generated. Williams is randomly generated. Dad had a randomly generated, then he changed to a vanity call sign, and we'll talk about that when we get into call signs next week. I believe it's next week.
Yeah, that's what got me in trouble with the FCC.
Normally, a license is issued for a 10-year term. Like I said, you have to renew your license every 10 years. 2-year grace period to renew without your examination after your expiration. In other words, if you go 10 years and it's just like, oh no, I forgot, you have 2 whole more years to be able to go back to FCC and say, yeah, I kind of want that back still. And then you don't have to go take another test. Dad had to go take another test, but he also did it because he was trying to upgrade his license at the same time. When he originally got his call sign KA0WUQ, that was a computer given to him when you were how old again? 17? So at 17, that's when he got his original call sign, ran the 10 years, let it expire, let the 2-year grace period go by. Then I get involved in ham radio, but they had changed the rules since then. He was a novice without a code or with a code. And back, novice with code. No tech. Yes, novice is code. Okay, this is where it got confusing going from then to now. He wanted to get his ham radio license back after I got my ham radio license, so he went back in there and got an upgrade license at technician. But because he had already passed the 2 years, he would have had to examine again just to get his license back, no matter what. Do you have a question, Jeff, or you just, okay, cool. You may not transmit during this 2-year grace period, and you must wait until the license renewal shows up in the FCC license database. If you're at 9 years and 6 months, I believe it's 6 months from your expiration date, you can go ahead and renew then, and you'll never even get a gap in your coverage. It'll just automatically change. So it's better to, right before it expires, 6 months before is when you're allowed to go in and renew it. No, just paperwork. Actually, unless you let it lapse after the 2 years, correct. For renewing, it's a $15 ARL renewal. You just go online, type in your information, when you're supposed to expire, and then you pay it by credit card online, and then 2 weeks later, all of a sudden the FCC database shows, oh, hey, look, you're still good for the next 10 years. And it goes from that expiration date 10 years. So the only thing that doesn't change it is, for me, I've been in for 3 years on my 10-year license. When I get if I get my general license on this next testing, I don't get a 10-year from that point. I continue my license of the 10 years I have, but now it's a general until that point. Same thing when you upgrade to extra, it'll be the same thing. So you don't have just a continuation every time you change something. Will the brown shirts come pounding on my door? They don't like banjos. They don't like them at all. Minor accidental infractions will not bring the knocking, but repeated and purposeful violations will get you a visit, a fine, or even jail time. If you're driving down the road, talking on the radio, and somebody cuts you off and you let out a swear word, They're not going to come over you and say, congratulations, you're coming with me. That's one of those, okay, whatever. But if you're on there, bleep this, bleep that, bleep this, bleep that, purposefully, and you've been told by amateur radio operators to stop, that's when you'll get the visits. If you are purposely giving harmful interference, for instance, those that are not amateur radio licensed, they're under the harmful interference because they're not licensed. So when we go and fox hunt for them, there was one of them was a construction crew, I think, had this. They were talking back and forth at the construction site on ham radio frequency band, and they were messing up one of our normal frequencies that we used. And they got a letter first that says you need to stop, and then I think they got a visit from someone. No, they didn't get a visit? Just got a letter and then they stopped? Okay. Right. It takes a while before they'll actually come over to you. So these are the official observers, ARRL, the FCC Enforcement Bureau, and sometimes a superb operations will get you a nice card from your local observation officer. Have you gotten a nice card yet? I think you and I are too short on our time frame for it. Yeah, you got a letter already. All right, so that's section 2.1. Any questions on that one? Okay, getting to controlling your station. Who is responsible for your station's transmission? I'm going to ask you that. Who's responsible for it? Yeah, Rebecca. Just everyone point to Rebecca. No, it's yourself, the control operator. An amateur station is never permitted to transmit without a control operator. Who is the control operator, you might ask? That is the individual you see in the mirror each morning. Whoever you say is in control. The key word on this one is willingly in control. I can't just be like, oh, Jeff's in control and just walk away. He has to say, yes, I'm control operator. Most of the time, it's just informal. Most people just, whatever, if you have your own call sign, you're the control operator. That's pretty much how we run it. A station's control operator is designated by the license of an amateur station. This may be only a person holding an FCC database license or one who is authorized for alien reciprocal operation. Yes. Does anyone even have an idea what that means? I didn't think so. We'll get into alien, I think, on the next one. The FCC presumes a station license is a control operator unless documentation to the contrary is in the station records. In other words, your house, your radio, your operator. If in the records it shows Jeff came to my house and used my radio, now he's control operator by the records. But if there's no record showing that, I am automatically done. So who is responsible for your station's transmission? When you designate another operator as your station control operator, both you, the station licensee, and the designated control operator are responsible for proper operation of the station. We use this a lot when we're doing field day. When the Boy Scouts run their radio system, there is a control operator, which is the call sign being used. That's their job as the control operator. They are to be within the reach of the radio so they can be able to turn it off if something goes wrong. You are the, where'd it go? Operator, but you're not the control operator. You are the one. Software license held by the control operator determines the transmitting privileges of an amateur station. Field day, we use a control operator that has an extra class license. Even though I don't have extra class, on his frequencies because he's the control operator and that's his privileges. Even though I only hold technician. Same thing with Dad. If I go and we're running the same radio station together and I'm using his call sign on his equipment, I can be able to use his privileges even though they're bigger than mine. So I can be on different ones. Huh? That's true. He can be, but he has to be within touch of the radio itself. Yep. No. No. I don't have to be licensed. Right now, I could get on a radio and put Jeff on there, him using my call sign. I'm the control operator. This is something up. If he does something wrong, it's my responsibility. So it's my duty to tell him, these are the rules. These are what you have to follow. This is what you can and cannot do. Yes. Yes. Correct. Right. Mm-hmm. If you're using your call sign, yes. Yep. And it's your responsibility to tell them what you can and cannot do. Yep. Those 7 rules that we talked about of what not to do, it's your job to tell them, don't do this, don't swear. Most people don't, when you go to field day, don't try and sell stuff on the radio. Pretty much it's just don't use foul language and don't but yeah, be respectful, be responsible, and these we do. And yeah, I don't think we've ever had a problem at any of our field days of anybody just going off the street and causing a harmful interference because they're very respectful when they come over to the radios. Third-party operations, that's what we were talking about. Maintain a control operator of appropriate license while allowing an unlicensed or lower licensed operator to communicate using the control operator's call sign. That's exactly what we were just talking about. So that's a third-party operation. There are different kinds of station control. For instance, your control point is the location at which the control operator function is performed. That's the radio. If you can turn the radio on and off and press the button, that's the control point. Local control is immediately manipulate the station, just like what I just said. Local control point. Remote control, the control operator can indirectly manipulate the operating adjustments such via the internet. For instance, there is a repeater on top of the other mountain. I can't remember what it is. What's the other? The 180. There's a repeater over on the south side that they can be able to program from down here because they have a radio that talks to it. That's a remote control to change the stuff that needs to be done. You can also do this. There is a remote station out east in I am losing all my names. There's a location out east owned by a cam club here in town that you can dial in a specific frequency, control what frequency it transmits on. That's a remote control station. Correct. Correct. Automatic control is the only type of control permissible for the control operator to be at a location other than the control point. This is using repeaters. When we were talking about how the repeater does it on its own, that's the automatic control. So the repeater, the owner of the repeater can go up there, physically put all the information in, close up the box and walk away, and he can do whatever else he wants until the repeater messes up again and he has to go back up there and move everything around. But it's automatically controlled inside the repeater. Thank you. Okay. The personal amateur operator. I can own a repeater as long as I have the money to finance it. In fact, Mario is actually in works with 2 locations and 2 operators to get repeaters set up under Mario's name. So we can be able to use them for different activities and different events. Most of the time, clubs usually do. I think out of the 9 that we have access to here in Colorado Springs, I think only one of them is privately owned, correct? Okay, but everything else is clubbed. Yeah, it's commercial. There we go. For instance, the 970 machine on top of Pikes Peak. It's an open repeater. Anyone can use it. But if there is an emergency that goes on in Colorado Springs or a severe storm event, ARES, Amateur Radio Emergency Services, has priority on that repeater. If they activate a net, that means they get the net or they get the repeater and no other regular use can be used until that net clears. But whenever they're not using it, it's open, so exactly that, we can find out when it breaks. That way, if something happens and we press the button, nothing works, now we're really done. So that's why a lot of them are open. All right, we're going to play a little bit of Jeopardy today. Who's ready for this? I hope I'm ready for this. Okay. These are on some of the topics that we have already talked about so far. The brown shirts are coming. Define this. License to radiate. Please control yourself and QR. Due to limitation of time, we're not going to get through the entire game. So we are going to allow, I think we're doing about 10, 15 minutes of play. So this is kind of like the whose line is it anyway, where the points really just don't matter. So we're going to go ahead and kick it off with, what was your name again? Sandy, thank you. Sandy, you are the first one. Please select the topic. You are my first victim. For what? 10 points. 10 years. How long your license lasts? There. What is the normal term for an FCC issued grant? There we go. All right. Miss Sandy, pick again. 20 points. 2 years. Grace period. All right. This is the grace period. All right. Rebecca? For 20. This is required for a transmitting amateur station. What is a control operator? All right, Rebecca, we'll go ahead and let you pick again. 10. These might contain obscene or indecent words or language. Close. Jeff, anything? What are prohibited transmissions? All right, Jeff, we'll go ahead and let you pick one now. Find this for 10. This agency regulates and enforces rules for amateur radio service. What is the FCC? Very good. And remind me of your name one more time. Huh? Ginger. Ginger, Sandy, Jeff. All right. What's Ginger? What shall we go to next? fine for 20. This contains the rules and regulations governing the amateur radio service. What is part 97? Good job. All right, Rebecca. 30. Operating a station over the internet is an example of what? What is a remote controlled station? You are not physically at the controls, you are using another source to get controls to it. Okay, Jeff, give me another one. Time for 50, we're going for the big points. The FCC says this seriously degrades or interrupts radio communication. If you both combine your answer, it is harmful interference. Good job, guys. There we go. Okay, Miss Sandy. For 10? Okay. To advance skills in technical and communication phases of the radio art. What is the purpose of amateur radio service? Very good. Miss Ginger? 20. Allowing the conduct of experiments and to communicate around the world. What is the purpose of amateur radio service? Are we seeing a trend? I'm just kidding. Don't let that fool you. Okay. Becca? This may be received only when operating a station incidental. What was it? Nope. To classroom instruction and educational institution. What is payment? There we go. Jeff? This is when a licensee must make the station and records available for FCC inspection. On demand, anytime they request it. I don't think I know anybody that's actually had to turn over their, just as long as you're not, huh? Yes, and the only reason they'd ever even try to do something like this is if you were messing a lot of stuff up. Yeah, pretty much it. And me personally, I do my HF contacts, but I also do new contacts local. So when the very first time I contacted Will on the radio, I put that down. Very first time yes, that's high frequency. That's the long range stuff. Yep. And this is exactly the type of point of saying, hey, let us know, and we'll be more than happy to answer it. All right, let's get a couple more going. Miss Sandy. 50, big points again. This is when an amateur station is authorized to retransmit signals of another amateur station. Correct. What is from an auxiliary repeater or space station? That's very good. You can talk to them and they can talk back to you. Yep. and you're either holding an antenna or someone else is holding an antenna tracking it across the sky. Mhm. That it's in the air for, that's the only time you can hear them. Yep. Kid or female. Yep. And don't they send down the information to NASA and they send a postcard out to you still? Then you get a picture of the ISS and I think even the astronaut crew that's on that station at that time. And you get a postcard in the mail that you talk to this the Interspace Station at this time on this frequency and all that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's one of the things we'll definitely get into space contacts. There's also other things you can do. It's called a moon bounce. You can actually take your signal and bounce it off the moon and talk to the other side of the world. Yes, but with your license, you just take an antenna, point it right at the moon, and it doesn't even have to be full. Just point it right at the moon and with that radio. Yeah. Yep. As you were talking about the meteors, there's a contest. I believe you run it on 20 meter now. You spin the dial and you're counting meteors hitting the atmosphere because there's a specific noise it makes when it hits the atmosphere, and you can count meteors. And there's some guy, I believe it was in Arizona, that still holds the record of the most counted meteors and during a shower by amateur radio. And he just sits there, what? And that's all he does, just keeps counting them as they hit the atmosphere. Yeah, there's a lot of fun to it. It's not just the emergency side of things. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do. This fox hunting we talked about, a device about as big as this with a little antenna, set it out in the woods, go give the kids the directional antenna and that radio, and they can use the signal to find that object. All right, we're going to do two more. Miss Ginger. 50. Postal problem may result in the return mail. Well, undeliverable. So, yep. All right. Yeah, return mail work. All right, Rebecca, give us our last one. Why don't we go for 40? You don't want to go for 50? The station licensee must designate this. The control operator, the coordinator. Very good. All right. Come here. There we go. Final Jeopardy. Make your wager. Only under these circumstances are amateur stations authorized to transmit signals related to broadcasting or news gathering. Correct. When it is no other means are available and communications are directly related to public or human life and protection of property and safety during an emergency. So, yep. Yes. Yep. Yep. Okay. Congratulations, guys. All right. We're getting to call signs now. I think we're getting a little bit back on track. When do I need to say my call sign on the air, and how do I say it properly? I think we already touched a little bit on this. Your station ID. An amateur station is required to transmit its assigned call sign how long? Every 10 minutes. During and at the end of your contact. So if I start at A and I go to C, how many times do I have to say my call sign? Correct, twice. If I go past the 30-minute part and I end just after that, how many times do I have to go by? Correct, 4 times. Very good. English or CW only is the only acceptable language for station ID is English when operating phone in the subband. Phone code, that's Morse code. CW is the Morse code. Phone is us speaking. CW is Morse code, and data, I think is what they call it now, is digital. That's packet information, computer stuff, and we'll talk about that when we get into digital contacts on the end of the month. You may also identify your station by CW, Morse code, when transmitting phone signals. So there are some repeaters that you'll all of a sudden just hear. That's that repeater's code, call sign, in Morse code instead of it just talking to us. If you are working with your own station, you can also go by Morse code. Phonetics, this is what we were talking about earlier. To ensure voice messages containing proper names and unusual words are copied correctly by receiving stations, such words and terms should be spelled out using a standard phonetic alphabet. This often includes call signs, especially in noisy, weak signal conditions. We also get in the habit of doing this in our HF or DX calls. Mine is Kilo Delta Zero, Uniform Quebec, India. That is my phonetics for my call sign. When you're going out and doing the 2-meter stuff, you'll rarely hear any of us call our call signs out phonetically. If you're checking into a net, for instance, we did the Skywarn net, we ask for you to give your call sign phonetically. So that way we can be able to copy it down correctly. Because sometimes M sounds like N. Sometimes S can sound like any other letter in the entire alphabet. And so on and so forth. I to Y, stuff like that. So, and there have been a few times where I have copied down the wrong call sign because they didn't give it phonetically, and I mistake the letter because I thought I heard one of the letters and it wasn't that. So we do this to make sure that the first time we get the call sign is the correct call sign. When we do our long distance, because the radios go in and out so often, we do it phonetically because you may only, like hotel, well, you might only get tell out of it. Well, I know tell is hotel, and I can copy that down as an H. We're about to get to that.
Yeah,
we're about to get into that.
But also on the phonetic alphabet, if you, like, I've been in law enforcement and military, and there's 2 different phonetic alphabets. They're very similar. If you forget kilo and I say king, it's not a fault or anything. You can use either phonetic alphabet as long as it's a recognized phonetic alphabet.
And you'll hear, especially,
It has to be this one, military. Military, yep.
Don't worry, you do not have to remember each one of these. They're not going to say what is the phonetic for W. They won't say that. But yes, but they will say what phonetics do we use.
Right.
It's the International Telecommunications. That's the one that we will be using. There are a lot of times when you get on to DXing, you'll hear, instead of Juliet, you'll hear Japan. Because people know Japan easier. Instead of Alpha, America. That's what you'll hear. It's still the same deal for their end. Yes. Yep. For their end, that's what they use. But for us, we use the International Telecommunications Union Standardized Phonetics. Test question. The FCC encourages use of a phonetic alphabet when identifying your station using phone modes. Again, it's encouraged, it's not required, but it's a huge help, especially when you're doing long distance contacts. You'll hear here locally, we won't really use the phonetics when we're just talking back and forth, unless someone asks for it. Hey, can you give me it in phonetics? Then we'll say it. It took me a long time to be able to learn this. Now, what I can tell you guys to do to learn this, play the license plate game, the phonetics license plate game. Everybody has letters, and especially when we're driving, we have to look at stuff anyway. Use the letters for phonetics. If you see UQI on a license plate, Uniform, Quebec, India. The longer you do this, the more it's going to become second nature, and you'll get those really quick. But again, you don't need each one for the test. What do the letters and numbers in my call sign, and what do they mean? Now we're getting into those we're just talking about. U.S. call signs have different formats of letter number combos. A 2x3 is 2 letters, 1 number, and then 3 letters. This is mine. 2 number 3. So we can see that. We do a hash to our 0 so we don't get it confused as an O. Yeah, I know. Both of them backwards. Because I remember a 1 by 3, 1 letter, 1 number, 3 letters. That would be this one. 1 letter, 3 letters. You also have a 2 by 2, a 1 by 2, a 2 by 1. These are the ones that we use here in the United States. Now, there are some restrictions by license. A technician, which is you guys, is a 2 by 3 starting with a K or a W. Right now, we're on KE still for licensing. So when you guys take your test, unless we have gone through the KEs, we'll start with KE0, and then your other 3 is assigned to you. So essentially, their prefix is your grouping. Your number is the location that you're from. So if you guys take your band plan handouts and flip it over, those numbers represent the middle number of this call sign. So Colorado is 0. Hawaii's 5 still. California is 5. Arizona's 7. So all those different numbers show what area you're from. A general license gets a 1 by 3. You can get a 1 by 3 starting with K, N, or W. Dad starts with a W and it's a 1 by 3. If someone knows all this, they can see this saying, oh, he has to have at least a general in order to have this call sign. I cannot change mine to a 1 by 3 because I'm still a technician. But if I go to general, I have the ability to change mine to a 1 by 3. And I might take my initials on it since you broke our Q codes. I am a 3rd generation ham radio operator. Myself, my father, and my grandfather. My grandfather on my mom's side also has it. But the 3 of our generation all had the letter Q in our call signs, and all 3 of us were computer-given call signs. So that was kind of a cool thing to have. And then he had to go and change his call sign and mess everything up. An advanced license, this is one of the grandfathered license, can have a 2 by 2 starting with K, N, or W. And the extra class can have any of the other following: a 1 by 2, a 2 by 1, or a 2 by 2. If you notice, the 1 bys, none of the 1 bys start with the letter A. A 2 by 1 can start with an A, K, N, or W. A 2 by 2 starts with an A only, and it's only AA to AL. Anything outside of that, there's 2 by 2s. So again, like I talked about, the numbers signify 6 for California and Hawaii. 5 is for Texas. Each of the numbers correlates to different sections. So if I'm in Colorado and I'm talking to Nevada, when I say KD0, they automatically know I'm in this section versus being in here. At least that's how it's supposed to be. All right, we're going to have a little quiz here.
Go back to that map for a second.
Oops, going back.
It used to be very strict on the numbering. When you were issued your license, the zone that you lived in, you got that number. They've really loosened it up now, especially when you get a vanity call sign. Even though I live in Colorado, which is a 0, because W0 LES is my initials. If the only thing that was available would have been W7 LES, I could have petitioned for that, and they would have assigned that to me. In zone 7, they've loosened that up. But it used to be very, very strict. You could not have a number outside your zone. But because of licensing and vanities, they've opened that up. So as a rule of thumb, if you hear that number, there should be from that zone. Not all of them are allowed. You get a lot of people that have moved here from the East Coast. They're out here in Colorado. They still have their call sign, and they could be a 3. And like there's several 5s that are in our group.
K3ILC.
Yeah.
Also, one of our instructors kept his call sign from Texas. KB5 AEB. Again, I remember all these call signs, but I don't remember any of their names. I do remember his, but he moved to Colorado and he was allowed to keep his call sign. So that's why I say usually, and that's what he says usually, you can go by this normally. Yes. Before, if you moved outside your zone, you were required to redo your license with the new call sign.
Well,
you didn't have to retest.
Correct. Right.
Correct.
When back when this was really strict, when you notified the FCC, hey, I moved now, they would reissue you a call sign because you moved outside of the zone. And there was no question about it. They reissued you a call sign. Well, there was a lot of grumbling in the ham community. It was like, I've had this call sign for 20 years. Now I retired and I moved to Arizona. I'd like to keep my, my Pennsylvania roots and keep my number. And so that was one of the reasons why they changed it.
Yep. Okay. We're going to go through these pretty quick. Which of these are valid call signs? ZD7WDZ. Is this valid or invalid? No? Valid or invalid? I got one no and 3 unknowns. We got 1 yes. Correct. Good job. In the US, for instance, there's a call sign I wanted and I can't get. TW1STR. Twister. I can't get it because TW is a France style call sign. I don't live in France, so I can't get my call sign.
That's what got me a letter from the FCC. I tried to get a call sign for myself. Mine is KE0NCF. I wanted to get KL0UDY for cloudy because I'm a storm chaser. I like storms. But KL is Hawaii. Yep. So I couldn't do KL.
Yep. Okay. AM2MA. Is this valid or invalid? Invalid, valid? No? Yes? 2 by 2, stop at AL. Very good. Very good. All right. N5NN. Valid or invalid? Good one? Is a valid extra class from the southern central United States. You already saw this one. It's valid for New England. W44EP, valid or invalid? Why? Correct. Only one number is allowed. VE3TCM, valid or invalid? Why? Starts only with A, K, N, or W in the United States. That's all you can start with. Yep. 2 years ago, Rebecca was at field day with me back when we were just starting to date, and she contacted Quebec, Canada, and theirs started with a VE. Okay, I'm gonna skip this one. There's no number. Next one, KA0GJS, valid or invalid? Very good, technician or above in the Western Midwest. How about WW6WW, valid or invalid? Why? It's an advanced class or above, extra, correct. Very good. Good job, guys. All right, what other special call signs are there? There is amateur radio club call signs, which is there's one up in Monument. It's TLM. It stands for Tri-Lakes Monument for their call sign. A club must have at least 4 members for an FCC license. And one operator must be the club's trustee for the club station to call sign for the club. In order to select a vanity call sign, you can look it up ahead of time to see if it's available and see if it's legal in the United States. If it is available and if it is legal, you can go ahead and apply for it. Even you personally. Huh? Without breaking the database. Even you personally can get a vanity call sign. This is a vanity call sign. This is not computer given to Dad. He chose this one to get. That's what's a vanity. Mine and Williams are computer-given, non-vanities. Vanity call sign. Any licensed amateur may select desired call sign, subject to availability and format restrictions that we just went over. For instance, K1XXX is a vanity call sign that a technician class operator might select if it's available. Oh, there was one of them that we all were trying to get, N0CAL. We have a joke in the ham radio community, if you don't have a call sign, you are no call. So N0CAL would be a no call sign. And apparently someone took that long ago. And I bet you there's a wait list for when that person goes away. You may apply it to up to 25 vanity call signs in order of preference. Most of the times now, you can just check the FCC database, take your top 3 that you want and send that in. The 25 was but back when you couldn't search it online easily and you had to go look it up and all that fun stuff. Other special call signs, there's a special events call sign, which is a temporary one issued for a station transmitting in conjunction with an activity of special significance to the amateur community. For instance, they are 1x1s. That means 1 letter, 1 number, 1 letter, 1 by 1. These are issued for special events. Once the special event starts, these call signs are active. Once the special event ends, the call signs are no longer active. And they can both cycle through them all for different events in different areas and all that. Any FCC licensed amateur may apply for 1 special rule ID at least every 10 minutes with a special event call sign and once per hour with the FCC call sign or operator of the club. So if we had K4M for our field day, every hour we still have to issue our club's call sign even though we're using the vanity call that we have for that special event. So most stations do it on the hour, like right on the hour. They'll just say station ID, whatever their call sign is for their deal, and then just keep going. Call signs are non-FCC call signs used for convenience. Example, race headquarters, parade start, or 3rd Street. You still must comply with the FCC call sign rules 10 minutes and end by using your FCC assigned call sign. For instance, if we are running a race, I'm at the starting line, Jeff's at checkpoint 1, Sandy's at checkpoint 3, and Ginger's at checkpoint 5. I can be able to call. Race start, checkpoint 5. Who just went through your run? Well, number 26. Thank you. KD0 UQI clear. I have to use my call sign to clear and every 10 minutes, but I can use the tactical to get through. Now, she would have to use her call sign. Yep. To close, yes. You'll hear a lot of us. Correct. KD0 UQI clear, her call sign clear. Yep, back and forth. Now the frequency is clear for you to call the other checkpoint, so on and so forth. You will hear a lot of us use our last 3, which is our suffix, as a tactical call sign, especially when we're doing our storm stuff. If we're interrupting, for an instance, if I've got a tornado on the ground and someone's chatting, I just say UQI. I'm interrupting with my call sign as a tactical. I don't have to give my call sign right away, but out of courtesy and common practice, when they come back, UQI, go ahead. I say, thank you, KD0 UQI, and then I go in with my deal, because now I've said my call sign again. But you will... I'm talking to the net control operator that is running everything. If they just hear you. It's an open-end conversation. Anybody can hear you on that. If I see a tornado on the ground at the airport and I'm the only one there, UQI go. KD0 UQI, Colorado Springs Airport, tornado on the ground. The net control operator that answered me UQI go, that's who I'm directly talking to. Correct. I am my full call sign. K0 UQI clear. And no, they won't. Because as soon as I say clear, someone else is talking to net control. Yep. So that's where tactical can be a huge assistant, especially when you are trying to break in. If two people are talking about hail and you've got a tornado, you take precedence. You break the conversation by saying your last three of your call sign. This is not an official rule. This is just common practice. We use our call signs because they're really easy to remember when it's just the last three of our call sign. Self-assigned indicators are add-ons to your call sign for special circumstances, such as transmitting from outside your call district. This is what you are supposed to do if you're traveling across the country. Your call signs KL7CC, stroke W3, or slash or slant, indicates that this Alaskan ham radio operator, KL7, is transmitting from the US in W in call district 3. So he's here and he's going over here. Stroke whiskey 3, stroke whiskey 0, stroke. That's how we say that. Stroke, slant, or slash. On air formats, the add-on. Stroke, slant, or slash. That is a test question to know those two. And that is just the dash line that goes across. With a new license privilege earned, but no upgrade on the database yet, you must add stroke, KT, stroke AG, or stroke AE, Technician General Extra. You guys will not have to do the stroke KT because you guys are going right into Technician. You don't have a previous call sign. If Dad still had an active novice call sign, when he took his technician test, he could go to the technician level by saying stroke KT. When I go in for my general license, until the computer shows stroke AG, I can go on a general license band with stroke AG. Same thing for the extra. I have any questions on call signs? I am so sorry we're taking a little longer on this because we ran a little over. What is the ITU and what does it do? The ITU is the International Telecommunications Union. It is a UN agency for information and communications technology issues. We are in ITU Region 2 here in the United States. ITU Region 3 is this section, and ITU Region 1 is in this section. This is to help with the radio frequency coordinations. Each region has their commercial bands and their amateur bands. If you look in your packet, there was a big, large scope of every single communications division out there, that whole multicolored deal. That's a part of the Region 2 side. Some U.S. territories are located in ITU regions other than Region 2 and have frequency assignments different than that of the 50 United States. Frequency assignments for FCC licensed maritime mobile stations will vary among the 3 ITU regions as well. This really won't apply to us as much because we're not crossing region lines to be able to talk on the radio. But if you are going to visit India, you'll have to learn their rules for what we can do over there. Yes, you can. When does my license apply? The FCC licensed amateur stations may transmit from a U.S. registered or documented craft located in international waters, a cruise ship, as long as it's flying the U.S. flag. But as we just noted, frequency assignments and the FCC licensed maritime stations will vary among the regions. So if you cross, the frequency here that we use might be an emergency system like for a fire department in some other region, and we can't talk on their frequencies. We have to know their rules. You can find that on the FCC, and you go under IT. Yep, just type in ITU region, and it will tell you all the rules. It's about a novel of rules for each location. Yep. One purpose of the amateur service by FCC rules is to enhance international goodwill. We can talk all over the world. FCC licensed stations may make international communications that are incidental to the purposes of amateur radio service and remarks of a personal character. In other words, Janeiro, Brazil, and not get in trouble for it. I can talk to Japan. I can talk to China. I can talk anywhere in the world except for a few closed countries. We'll talk about that in a minute. FCC licensed stations are prohibited from exchanging communications with any country whose administration has notified the ITU that it objects to such communications, such as North Korea. We can't talk to them. I don't know why we would. We can't talk to them. Third-party communication of a non-emergency nature is authorized by the FCC with a foreign station whose government permits such communication. This is what we were talking about earlier, third party. Jeff, you all don't have a call sign at all. You guys can get on my radio with my call sign, you're a third party. There are some countries that do not allow third-party communication. You have to be licensed to talk to them. The foreign station must be one with which the U.S. has a third-party agreement when a technician class control operator allows a non-licensed person to speak to a foreign station. They have to have the communications already in there. Like Dad just said, go to ARRL, ARRL.com or .org? .com, okay. Go to them, type in third-party communication, and it will give you a list of approved countries you can talk to your third party. If you learn you are interfering with another radio service outside the U.S., such as a radio location station, you must stop operating and take steps to eliminate your harmful interference. For instance, if you are in these areas here, service is protected from interference by amateur signals under all circumstances. The amateur service is secondary in some portions of the 70-centimeter band, so amateurs may find non-amateur stations in the band and avoid interfering with them if you're in these sections here, because some sections in Canada of 70-centimeter are their navigation system. But we use it as an open system to talk on. So if we're talking on their navigation system, they don't know where they're going. The 70-centimeter band, no amateur stations shall transmit from the line north of line A and a 420 to 430 megahertz section. Everything in this section in Canada they use for navigation. When we're above that line, we can be able to interfere with their system because we're that close. We don't have to worry about that here. We're okay here. So just don't go up north to Canada. Becca. My wife is half Canadian. That's why I like poking that one at her all the time. You may operate your amateur station in a foreign country only when authorized by that country. Standing international agreements. Much of Europe and North America and many of North and South American nations are under these agreements, CEPT and CITEL. Do your homework well in advance of traveling. Many nations require advance requests to operate on their island time. I will tell you this too. If you are going to specific countries, I don't know which ones, and you don't tell them you're bringing a radio, you will leave the airport with a radio kit, not a radio anymore, because they will tear it apart. I believe there was another operator that was telling us that on Stu's course, that he went to a country, and I can't remember which one it was, and he walked out of the airport with a bag full of parts because they tore his entire radio apart, thinking that there could be something in there that's bad, because there was no pre-done travel. Or they'll seize it. Yeah, that happens more often than not for something like that. Okay. Are there any questions at the end of this section? Again, this is all non-emergency protocols. These are all your regular stuff. An emergency will trump all these rules only for that time and only for that emergency communication. So what's going on in Puerto Rico, they're still following the basic guidelines. No swearing, no music, none of that stuff. But they can be able to go through and gloss over some of the other rules.
In Puerto Rico, they have they're doing a lot of digital transmissions. They're using the computers across amateur radio, which is a real cool thing. You can send email across amateur radio. We have limits on how fast we can send
the rate. So you remember the old dial-up stuff? Yeah, the speed. Okay, so we have limits on how fast we can do that. Well, it limits the amount of communication you can send. The territory of Puerto Rico petitioned the FCC to increase that baud rate so that they could send more transmissions quicker. And the FCC granted that under emergency conditions. So, like Chris said, it all depends on what's going on. And it's a clear emergency, so they didn't ignore the rule. They petitioned for an exemption, were granted the exemption, and now they can deal under these for that condition, but only in Puerto Rico.
And it's like if you were in Japan and they had an earthquake, you can use your equipment to help with broadcasting under that emergency situation. Once you are no longer broadcasting under that emergency, you've got to get their permission, follow their rules.
Saudi Arabia, to get an amateur radio license, really hard, really a big deal. They look at us as kids in the playground. Almost unregulated. I mean, if you have an amateur radio license in Saudi Arabia, you've accomplished something. It's a really big deal. There's a couple other nations that are that way too. It's kind of fascinating when you get into the international world of what translates back and forth. All of our rules, FCC, that's all the U.S. When you get into another country, it is another country, and you have to know those rules. And there are some countries that you're not allowed to have radio, period. And if you walk in there with your little radio, they will take it from you. I'm sorry? Yeah.
Well, and I don't know if we touched on it, but just to make sure that everybody remembers, if you're the cause of the interference or if you're violating the rule,
you gotta go through this.
It's your responsibility to cease and desist, and you must do it immediately. You can't finish your talk or whatever. You gotta if somebody gets on there and says, "Hey, you're causing interference," or if you find out you're violating that local policy, it's your responsibility because you're the one creating the interference, and you must cease and desist immediately.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and do a quick wrap up so that way those who want to go, they can go. All right. Still Jeff's book. How's it going, everyone? Okay, you guys ready for the next class? We're going to start right now. Just kidding. All right, your homework for this week. If you turn to page 3 of your binder system, I know Jeff can't, I stole his, is in a checklist here. Attend the next class. That's highly recommended. Bring your book, read chapters 3 through 6. We've gone over 0 through 2. If you guys didn't read it, you want to read those, go ahead and read them. Gloss over those, make sure that you're understanding it. 3 through 6, we're going to be getting into more detail onto what you can do with ham radio, wavelength, frequency, and the bands, signal propagation, and more in depth on how the radio actually works. I'm sad I'm going to miss this day. I will not be here next Friday. Jarrett McAllister, which is KC0MRO, will be taking my spot. I am going on a very wonderful and well-needed week of vacation, a honeymoon with my wife, and also that Friday lands on my birthday, so I wasn't going to be here anyway. So, all right. Also, you're going to take your practice test online, and I'll be sending you guys an email tonight because I got everyone's email address to go onto the Ham Radio School's website, and you'll take your practice test for chapters 1 and 2. There's no practice test for chapter 0. Bring a 10-foot long string. I know that sounds kind of weird. Yeah, 10-foot long. Dollar store has 10 to 15 feet long string just for $1. So just grab that. This is for a in-class participation that we will do next week. So with that, we'll go through our course outline real quick again. You have completed day 1. Congratulations. Actually does get easier from here. This is the part that everything is very hard for. Next week, day 2, day 3, day 4, all October is your in-person classroom session. Day 5 will be the testing session. For anybody who is online, they can also attend the testing session on that date, 9 p.m. Little thing also, on day 5, before we actually start the test, we will have a 1-hour review session. This is for you guys. If you guys still don't understand something, that's the time to ask it as well. So when we get into formulas, if you really don't remember what the formula is for, ask us. We'll be here to help you out with it. Again, read your book, examine the online material, get your questions answered here in class. Also, if you guys are reading your book and you guys are just like, I don't get this, on that first page on the inside is a letter to you guys with my email address on there. Shoot me an email, and I will be more than willing to get that either passed to Dad, to William, or myself. We'll pass it along, and we will get your guys' questions answered. We want to make sure you guys are knowing all this. And he's posting his up here right now. There we go. Are there any questions for today at all on anything we've covered? Jeff, you got this look. You and I have to be at work at 10 a.m. tomorrow, or 11 a.m.? 11. I think that's what I got now, too. We just changed our schedule at work, so quit.
Well, if I can just add to that, too. By reading ahead or doing the reading before, once you get into class, what you read will make 10 times more sense. We're going to actually go over it where you can see it. We'll explain it a little better. So by knowing just the basics of what you're reading, and then you come in here, it's going to make a lot more sense.
We all good here? All right, everybody. I'm sorry that we are 26 minutes behind, but you guys are very inquisitive on this, and we're very happy to see that. So keep those questions coming. Have a great day, everybody.